evening. The time is now 5 p.m. The Warwick Finance Committee is open. May I have an motion for acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on October 3rd? So moved. Second. I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We are on to PCR 118-22, the bid package. Bid 2023-220, body-worn cameras, software, and associated equipment. Good evening, Commander.
Good evening. Commander Mike Lima, Warwick Police Department. It's my pleasure to be before you tonight on behalf of the Police Department to seek authorization to purchase Axon Body 3 cameras, commonly referred to as body-worn cameras, the associated equipment, user licenses, and software. First of all, I'm going to request that we amend the total spending authority from $953,750 and decreasing it down to $910,000.
Could you repeat those numbers for us, please, Commander?
All right, I'm going to decrease that spending authority. The original ask was $953,750, and we're going to decrease that down to $910,000.
910,000.
910,000. Yep.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commander.
Okay. We're going to request using a 56.6 exception to bid to award this purchase to Axon Enterprises, Inc. for, again, that spending authority and that amended amount of $910,000. Axon pricing model makes all agreements 5 years in length, and the payments are spread out evenly over those 5 years. The total cost of cameras and associated products for the 5 years is going to be $814,584.40. The reason for the higher requested amount in spending authority is that the state of Rhode Island is providing the city of Warwick with grant funding to purchase the body-worn cameras. The grant funding is structured to give the department $1,750 per camera per year. We were awarded 104 cameras, which brings the overall total of that grant to $910,000. This is a 5-year contract/grant, so each year the department will receive $182,000. The total cost of the camera and additional hardware, software associated with the cameras is $162,916.88 per year. The additional $19,083.12 left over each year will be used to offset manpower costs to run the body-worn camera program. If approved, this 5-year contract would be good from February 1st, 2023 through January 31st, 2028. Funding would come from budget code 363-0403, the body-worn camera program.
Thank you, Commander. And just for clarity, this is not city money. This is a state grant you receive that we will receive over the next 5 years. That the department applied for, received to purchase these 104 cameras that will be worn by our law enforcement personnel.
That's correct. It's 100% grant funded.
100%. Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
Banner, thank you. A couple questions on these. So the the first 5 years covered by the grant. Is this, so in year 6, is it a repeat of year 5, or do we own the cameras at that point, or is it sort of like the tasers?
So yeah, at year 6, we can make up the decision. Are we going to keep these body cameras? Are we going to give them back? Is the state going to provide more funding, more grants, or are they going to throw it all on the cities to fund it? I don't have an answer for that right now, but at the end of the 5 years, we'll have to make that decision of what we're going to do moving forward with the program.
But over the course of the 5 years, are we purchasing actual hardware that we would own, or is this all like a licensing fee, almost like a rental?
Correct. It's like a rental. Like you're right. Like the tasers. You're correct. Yep.
Similar to tasers. Okay. Okay, that's helpful. I think that's all I had. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council committee? I apologize. Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? I'll yield back to Councilman Gebhardt.
I just had a quick question about do the cameras help offset any insurance? Do they lower our insurance or any kind of liability or anything like that?
They do not.
They do not. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes. May I have a PCR? PCR 119-22-22. 953. Just verifying something. So what I'm going to be looking for is a motion to amend this bid from $953,750 to $910,000, a deduction difference of $43,750.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. May I have a motion as amended on PCR 119-22?
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Bid 2023-164, Shoreline Adaptation Inventory and Design Project, Strand Avenue and Seaview Drive, Warwick, Rhode Island. Good evening, Mr. Kravitz.
Good evening. Here filling in for Mr. Vicente tonight. This project, as it says in your memo that you have to Pat Peshka, is for the Shoreline Adaptation and Design Project for Strand Avenue and Seaview Drive. And they are going with, Bill is recommending they go with the low bidder, who was Cardi, for $654,000. This is to construct the project next construction season. I should add, none of the funds used in these particular projects are direct from the city per se. They're all funded externally, either through grants or CDBG.
Thank you. So I appreciate and thank you for stepping in and helping your colleague out so that these projects can move forward. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Thank you, Director. Bid 2023-219, purchase a Ford Explorer Police Interceptor. This is found on page 22. Good evening, Major.
Good evening, Council. Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department is seeking a 56-6 exception to bid for the purchase of 6 2022 model year Ford Explorer Police Interceptor vehicles. If approved, the vehicles would be purchased from McGovern Municipal HQ under the Greater Boston Police Council Cooperative bid at a per unit cost of $51,879.35 and a total cost of $311,276.10. The 56-6 exception to bid is due to the immediate availability of these vehicles and would increase cost anticipated for the 2023 model year production of the police interceptor utility vehicle. 2022 model year units are no longer in production, and the 2023s are going to be built in this month, actually. The 2023 model year units are estimated to increase by $5,000 to $7,000 each, thereby purchasing 6 of these remaining 2022 units, which are available for immediate delivery. Utilizing the 56-6 exception to bid is projected to save the city between $30,000 and $42,000 overall. The purchase of these 6 vehicles would be funded using APRA funds. budget code 5100400.
Thank you, Major. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Are there any questions from members of the council on bid 2023-219? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Major, including these 6 vehicles, how many vehicles will the city have purchased for the police department in calendar year 2022?
I don't have that figure in front of me, sir. I can get that for you if you wish.
Do you know how much money we have spent on purchasing new vehicles for the police department in 2022?
I do not.
These are the type of questions that, you can pretty much anticipate me asking.
Yes, sir. I believe we
Going
made
forward.
one major purchase last
Excuse me?
month. I believe we made one major purchase last March in the area of 600 and something thousand. That was a major purchase of double-digit amount of vehicles.
These 6 vehicles that you're looking for our support on for $311,276, is that all in? Does that include the lettering, the emergency lights, the sirens, the lap station holders and everything else? Is that all in?
Yes, sir. That's all in the specifications.
That's all included?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do these 6 vehicles have the famous police-rated Pursuit tires?
Yes, they come the factory spec tires.
And you have that certification, right? That those are police-rated Pursuit tires?
Yes, that's how these are built right out of the factory.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Major.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this item. I don't think that there's any secret that the Warwick Police Department, it gets as much life out of these vehicles as possible. The vehicles don't exactly have the same life expectancy as some of the vehicles that you or I might purchase privately for our own personal use. And then it's my understanding that police vehicles, whenever possible, are then have their police-specific equipment removed and are used by other departments in the city, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Given all of those facts, and although I certainly think it is important for this council to keep an eye on exactly how much is being spent by every department, especially in terms of capital purchases and vehicle purchases of that nature. I don't think that there's any doubt that these vehicles are very much needed, and I will be supporting this bid.
Thank you. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. Quick question.
Yes, sir.
As far as the fire department goes, we're having issues with delivery of vehicles. When do you anticipate these vehicles to be in service for Warwick?
So, sir, this is part of the reason we went through this mechanism here, because these 6 were put aside pending tonight's approval. So they're sitting, waiting, and ready for immediate delivery, which is a plus right now.
Thank you.
And one follow-up question, if you don't mind, Major. When they're equipped, when will they be ready for service, frontline service?
I estimate within 3 to 4 weeks. Again, all they need really is to be the, we provide the radio for them, the laptop, and some other minor things that are exclusive to our department that they need to install, and then they would be ready.
That's a great turnaround. Thank you, Major. Further questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next is bid 2023-087. Remove and replace or repair roofs at DPW complex. That is found on page 28.
Good evening. Eric Earls, Public Works Director. So DPW is recommending the award to Commercial Roofing and Contracting, Inc. as the lowest responsible bidder for the removal and replacement of repairs to the roof at the Public Works Complex. The award amount requested is $286,000, consisting of the lump sum base bid, including add alternates 2 and 3. And they were the lowest of 4 bidders.
Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
When's the last time that roof was done, Director?
It's when it was new. I can't even go back as far. It's a patchwork up there. It was kind of one of the things they found out during investigation is that a couple of the drains up on the roof have actually been covered by recent work. So that creates a significant issue with ponding up there because everything's pitched to these drains that are now covered up from previous work. So at the end, I don't know. It's been a while.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Director. I believe, is this the bid that our colleague here was very helpful with, Councilman Lattiser? Is this one of the bids that you worked on to help? No? Okay, I apologize that was going to give you a compliment, so I'll save that then. Thank you. Dodged a bullet there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any further questions from Any questions from members of the council? Any further questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public on bid 2023-087? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bid 2023-223. Purchase trackless MT7. That is found on page 32. Hi, Christy. Welcome back.
Good evening. Public Works is requesting to purchase a MT7 trackless machine from CN Wood in the amount of $236,808 with the ARPA funds. This machine is kind of a year-round item that we can use for brush cutting. We can use it for snow plowing, particularly with sidewalks. So it's very versatile for us, and we don't have anything like this right now that we can do those jobs with.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Just Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment. I know that we have a lot of brush trimming needs in my area, and for the last probably 2 years, I've gotten the machines down, and I know you guys are doing it somehow, probably manually. But I watched the video on this thing. It's pretty cool. Like you can do snow cleanup and all sorts of other stuff.
Yes, it's very impressive.
Yeah.
It's not like anything that we have had. We've had the typical, flail mowers to do the brush cutting, but the one that we have is more out of service more than it's in service. So this is a much more durable machine for us to do multiple tasks.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Foley.
Chairman,
Asking for a friend, is there a possibility of a ride-along at some point?
I don't think it's a two-seater, but I can ask.
Thank you. Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. Chrissy, how long will it take to get this tractor?
It will take approximately 60 days from when we get the purchase order issued.
Okay, thanks. We need it too.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other questions from Councilman Lattiser?
I don't have a question on that, but before you move on to the next item, I'd like to make a request.
I didn't get to the public yet. You'd like a what, please? I'm sorry.
I say I don't have any questions on this item, but before you move on to the next item, I'd like to make a request.
Yes, sir. Are there any questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Councilman Lattiser, your request.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to request, when you're completed with this, if we could go back to the police vehicles because based upon the testimony that the major gave, or I should say answers to the questions I asked, I need to ask him to point out a few things on this bid, on this estimate for this vehicle.
Thank you. So what we'll do, I understand that you did say the request. I'm going to finish this up, but then I'm going to refer to the solicitor. Any other questions from members of the public on bid 2023-223? Thank you. Okay, solicitor, is that something that, since the committee approved it, the committee moved it forward, is that something that the councilman can bring up in discussion, or should we go back to revisit as a PCR?
We're still in committee on this bid package, and it's still a component of it. So it's in order if there's a consensus to return to the item.
Thank you. Members of the committee? No issue? Okay. So what's going on is we had a request from Councilman Lattiser to go back to bid 2023-219 for questions. Solicitor, we could do that now. We can go revisit a bid, or should I pull it for a PCR?
And unless it's being itemized, it sounds like there's just questions.
It's just a couple
Okay.
of clarifications I need.
Thank you. So in the time being, we're going to go back to the third item on the bid package, which is bid 2023-219, purchase for Explorer Police Interceptor, correct?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for coming back, Major. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Major. Major, I had asked the question if the bid for these vehicles, if it included the emergency lighting and the sirens and the lettering, et cetera, and you said that it did, and you said it was on the, I think you said the quote sheet. Reviewing the quote sheet again, and I don't see those items listed on here, and maybe I'm not sure of some of the terminology. Could you point it out to me on this quote for $51,879.35 per vehicle, where it speaks to the emergency lighting, the brackets, the sirens, the lettering on the vehicle, Warwick Police Department, et cetera, et cetera? Could you point those items out to me, please?
Yes, sir. On the first page, for starters, probably about 3/4 of the way down, you're going to see Wayland Duo Legacy Package, red, blue, and core.
I can't understand what you're saying.
I'm just reading off the list. Approximately 3/4 of the way down the first page of the item specification.
Okay.
For the item for 4450, that would be the main light bar.
Okay, that's the lighting. The Wheeling Duo Legacy Package, red, blue with core. So that's all the emergency lighting, all the lighting in the tail lights, the front lights, the roof rack, et cetera. That's all of those lights.
Well, sir, that would be like the main light bar on top. And then further down, you'll see the last two items, for example. Well, actually, the last maybe 3 or 4 items there. The Wayland under mirror light blue, that's one. The under mirror light red, that's another.
Okay.
The mirror beams V-Series blue, that's another. There are others within the push bar, probably about 2/3 of the way down that first page. All the ones that start with the Wayland. Basically, all the Wayland items are a speaker or most likely a light.
Okay. And where does it speak to the lettering of the vehicle or vehicles?
That'd be the first page about halfway down. Graphics per department specs, $695.
First page, halfway down.
First page of the specs, sir.
Yeah.
The quote page.
Speaks to graphics.
Yes. approximately 10 items down on the quote list. It says unit 1 or quantity 1 graphics per,
Oh, I see graphics.
per
okay.
department spec, $695.
Okay, so that's all the lettering that
Yes,
you would
sir.
need for each one of these vehicles.
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you. Thanks for pointing that out.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman.
So I'll just go around again just to keep it legal and keep our solicitor's blood pressure down. Is there any further questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you again, Major.
Thank you.
The next item up for bid is 2023-168. Purchase various new tires. This is DPW and it's found on page 35. Hello again, Mrs. Moriarty.
Hello. Public Works is requesting to award the bid for automotive tires to Sullivan Tire Company in the amount of $100,000 for a one-year period, beginning January 1st, 2023, expiring December 31st, 2023.
Thank you, Chrissy. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Hi, Christy.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
On comparing the two items from Sullivan Tire and Goodyear, I see where they're specking out, at least what appears to be, two completely different products. And what I don't see in the bid package is a copy of the specs that you were calling for on these tires, specifically requesting, as an example, with the police department, a police-rated pursuit tire. So, A, I don't know why we don't have a copy of the specs in our package regarding this. Maybe that's a question for the finance department again. It might not be something that you have any control over. But I need an answer to that question. And I'm also asking why these two bids have completely different product specs, totally different pricing, in many of the cases, a huge difference in the discounts, but yet the net prices sort of work out to close. So how does that happen? How do you know which tire is a better tire? How do you know that the Goodyear tire, for the little bit of difference in some of these items, isn't a better tire? Because we have no specs to go by as to what you requested.
So,
Excuse me, Council. If I could ask that all conversation, please happen outside the chamber while there's the
Thank you.
committee going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moretti, go ahead.
so the bid specifications I'm assuming you're looking for what the vendor submitted for their bid submission, as far as when you say you're looking for the bid specs, like what? I'm not really sure what you're asking for. What I
Well-
can tell you is that Goodyear owns Bridgestone, Firestone, Wrangler, so they're all essentially Goodyear tires. And the information, there's actually a lot of information in the size of the tire. Our garage is very good. Sullivan Tire we've been dealing with for longer than I've been doing this job, and we've never had an issue with their tires. So the Goodyear Commercial Center actually submitted a bid from Ohio, which is the corporate office for Goodyear. Sullivan is a distributor for Goodyear. So basically, they're bidding the same thing against each other, which doesn't really make any sense. But I think we also get, because of the state of Rhode Island bid with Sullivan Tire with Goodyear, we get a little bit of an extra discount through that as well.
But that's not what the specs say. Goodyear's specs is totally different than what Sullivan Tire specs is.
It says or
And
equivalent,
we've
though.
been going through this tire bid now for the 10 years that I've been here. And it's always an issue with the tires about something. And I know historically, the department, respective department, or the finance department, somebody draws up a set of specs. I'm quite sure that your office just didn't throw something out there and said, hey, guys, give us a price on some tires. Here's the sizes we're looking for. Shoot us off some numbers. I'm fairly certain that due diligence would have been exercised in working towards a fair and equitable bidding process for these tires, and not just leave it up to whoever wants to throw out a price and say, this is what I'm going to bid, and I'm going to give you this discount. Because that's what it looks like here. It doesn't look like to me that both companies are bidding on the same specs.
They are bidding on the same spec. So
where are the specs?
The specifications are for any bid are never included in the bid package. Specifications are advertised online. They're sent out via email to vendors, and that's what they bid on. This pricing page is actually part of our bid specification. And this is what.
So who puts out the bid? Finance? They put out the bid?
Purchasing does
via
the documents that I give them. Yes.
Purchasing. Okay, so purchasing puts out the bid. They also do the specs?
No. The
You do
department
the
does
specs.
this. I do the specs.
Okay. You send those specs to purchasing?
Correct.
Purchasing includes them into the RFPs?
Correct.
Okay. Can you send me a copy, or have purchasing send me a copy of the specs? Because I'm still not understanding how there's such a huge disparity in prices. There's nothing in here that tells me they're bidding on the same tire or the same quality or the same anything. You've got a significant variation in list price, and it's not because necessarily one's a distributor and one's a dealer. And you got a huge difference in the discounts, but yet you come down to pretty close to the same net prices. I want to see that trail on how all of that occurred. So if you could send me the specs that were put out with the bid package and what was returned from these two bidders in terms of the description of what they were bidding, if there's something beyond what we see here.
And I just want to point out too that Sullivan Tire is the low bidder for the
I'm sorry,
items. Sullivan Tire is the low bidder. That's why we're recommending them.
Who are you saying is low bidder?
No. Just for the
Sullivan-
record, Sullivan Tire
Is low bidder.
is low
Yeah,
bidder.
I understand. I'm trying to determine how come Goodyear's list prices are so much higher than Sullivan's with a totally different description of tire. Something isn't clear, and I'd like to see it cleared up. And I'm sure, between you and purchasing, we can, or at least I will get a copy of those specs. So I'll be able to look at this and compare it, because something is not clear with this. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item to be spoken on, thank you, Christy, is bid 2023-180 Alpha Police Personnel Uniforms. Good evening again, Major.
Good evening, Major Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department went out to bid for police personnel uniforms. 2 bids were received. The first from Barney's Hat and Uniforms of Cranston. The second of Heritage Armory out of South Carolina. The Police Department is requesting the bid be awarded to Barney's Hat and Uniforms as they were the lowest overall qualified bidder. If awarded, Funding would be authorized for the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $50,000. The contract would commence on December 12th, 2022, and end on December 11th, 2023. Funds would be derived from the Police Department's operating budget code 30-260, miscellaneous police gear uniforms.
Thank you, Major. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you.
Thank you.
We come to the point now where I'm going to ask members of the committee, council, and public to identify a bid item you would like to discuss on the docket. So I'll give everyone a moment to do that. In the meantime, I have a request per the sponsor, if you will. I am going to discuss bid 2023-224. I'm going to pull that for discussion. Yes, 2023-224. That is bid item number 12. Yes, thank you. I'm ready. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go with the Councilman Foley first. Go ahead.
Thank you. 2023-181, item 19.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt. He requested item number 19, bid 2023-181. Yes, sir. Councilman Gebhardt, thank you. Councilman Gebhardt requested item number 28, which is bid 2021-226. Councilman Ricks.
I was also going to request item 19. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other items that the council would like to discuss? Councilwoman Travis. Do you have a number? Oh, okay, I see number 16. Okay, so 2023-225, purchase a 2001 E1 1500 GPM pumper. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to pull out item number 10, 2023-185, found on page 62.
All right, hold on. You said you'd like to pull up item 10?
Yeah, number 10, it's
Yep.
item 2023-185.
Okay, thank you.
Emergency lighting equipment, page 62. And also, the last item, 29, it's 2023-231, roofing materials for 190 Range Road. And give me a second. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any items the members of the public would like, any bid items in the packet the members of the public would like to discuss? Are there any items within the bid package members of the public would like to discuss? Thank you. I'm just going to take about 30 seconds, organize my notes, and I'll be going, we'll go right in order. So Councilman Lattiser, we'll start you first, but if you can just give me about 30 seconds to get my notes together.
Okay, the question would be on the item 2023-185, emergency lighting equipment.
Yeah. Yes. One moment, please.
What's everybody laughing at? What did I miss? Say what?
I asked you for 30 seconds. Just give me 30 seconds to get my notes together.
Oh, I thought you just like came right to me. I
No,
said,
I
that was a
said-
quick
I
30
said-
seconds. I thought you were quick, Chairman.
We're going in order, so I just wanted to
problem.
make sure that, you were,
No problem.
thank you
I'll
so
put the
much.
counter on 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm good. Thanks so much for your patience. You can stop the timer and begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You did really well. You did that in about 27 seconds. That's much better than I would have done. So again, I have a question on 2023-185 emergency lighting equipment. Thank you, Major. Yes, that's found on page 62. So we have a description in here as to what this monies would be used for, and it's calling for siren speakers and flood scene lighting, motorcycle emergency equipment, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to circle back again because of the last bid that we did, and just on the record, ensure that none of this $10,000 will be used for the 6 new vehicles that we're bringing in.
That's correct, sir. As you can see, the price of that one light bar was $4,400 some odd dollars alone, so that would almost be half this budget. This is strictly for minor repairs and transitioning vehicles and compatibility issues, just some minor odds and ends.
Okay, thank you, Major.
Thank
I'm
you.
good, Chairman, on that one.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions, follow-up questions from members of the committee? Follow-up questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Councilman. Next will be the item I requested to be pulled. This will also be Major Sullivan. Bid 2023-224, post-collision vehicle inspection training. This is found on page 72. You had a request to amend this, Major?
Yes, sir. After adjusting per diem for each officer for 1 day, adjusting it down and taking out gas, the overall bid is $150. The overall ask is $150 less.
Could you give me the numbers, the amended numbers?
Yes, sir. We are requesting it amend the funding down to $2,545.16 from the previous figure of $2,695.16.
254516.
Sir, yes, sir. The new price would be 2545.16.
Thank you. No, I'm glad he verified that. I wrote the wrong number. 2545.16. Yes. Thank you. Oh, no, thank you. So, thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Are there any questions on bid 2023-224 from members of the public? May I have a PCR? PCR 120-22. May I have a motion to amend?
So moved.
Second.
You want the dollar amount to amend to?
Certainly, thank you.
Move to amend to the amount of $2,545.16.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. May I have a motion as amended?
I move favorable action.
Second. I have a motion, I have a second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you so much, Major.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to bid 2023-225, purchase 2001 E1 1500 GPM pumper. This is found on page 102. This is requested by Councilwoman Travis. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chief, I know it's not a lot of money there, but I'm questioning the fact, I know it said that it's been inspected and stuff, but when was the last time that pump was serviced? Did they tell you that, or?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, I couldn't hear the question.
I know I don't have my mic on. I'm sorry. Right here, right? Here we go. I'm ready. Okay. I said, I know this isn't a lot of money, but my question is, and I know it was inspected by the the Public Works, but what, did you talk to them, or what was the last time that pump was serviced?
I did speak to the chief of the Rehoboth Fire Department, which is the town will be purchasing this off of. They provided us with all of their service records. They had it maintained from the manufacturer, and they provided all of their service records. They had it maintained biannually for their oil changes and preventive maintenance and things of that nature. And our DPW did identify some relatively small issues that we're expected to find in a truck of this age. But overall, considering the price, it'll make a very useful reserve truck for us.
Okay, well, especially if you got the history with it, that's good. I was just curious when it got served, because I know a lot of times we get bids that says that they have to go out for bids, because maybe our mechanics don't do the work or whatever, and I'm just concerned with a 21-year-old pumper, if everything's in line.
They provided the service records for the engine as well as the testing for the pump and other components of the truck as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Members of the committee, Councilman Foley.
So am I right in understanding this is for like it's a pumper for where there is no hydrant nearby? You would pump out of a pond or the water?
Well, this would have the capability to do that. However, this is a standard pumper that will be used when one of our other pumpers is down for repair, or in the case of right now, we have two that have been decommissioned that are using a reserve on a daily basis, waiting on those other two that are on order.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Members of the committee? Members of the council, Councilman Lattisaur.
Mr. Chairman, not on this, but I'd like to add two more items to the question list, if I could, please.
Okay, we're going to get through this one first, and then we'll go right. I'll be
Thank
happy
you.
to do that. Thank you. Questions from the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Councilman Lattisaur?
Yes, I'd like to add 2022-254, firefighting vessel maintenance services.
Do you have a number?
And the other one would be 2021-277, portable toilet rentals.
18, thank you. And 14? Thank you. Okay, going back but moving forward, we're going to start with number 14, so 2022-254, firefighting vessel maintenance service. That is found on page 89. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Chief.
Evening.
So I'm not certain why you're asking for an additional $10,000 for doing the work on this boat. What is the size of this boat?
Now you're asking me boat questions, which I'm not too familiar with, unfortunately. Chief, you know what the size of it is? It's Marine 4. 34 foot.
A 34-footer. And you're asking to increase this an additional $10,000 with no change in contract dates to increase this award to $20,000. It says the services to be performed will include hauling, prep and paint, replacement of bushings, seals, and anodes. Similar services were performed last winter, and the fire department was extremely satisfied. I have no idea, and keep in mind, I'm a boater, and the boat is bigger than what you have, and I go through this almost yearly, the same things that you're referring to here, and it is not even close to $10,000. That's sanding the bottom, that's painting the bottom, that's stripping the running gear, that's changing the zincs, that's painting all the running gear, that's painting the bow thrusters, that's painting the through hulls and cleaning the through hulls. And it is nowhere near $10,000 a year. So why is this number so high?
Well, the bid that, so we're increasing it from 10,000 to 20,000. Of the $10,000, the services that were rendered to this vessel last year amounted to $9,227.09. And that the bid specs for that original bid specified those exact services. And there was 2 bids that were received at that time for those exact services. And Webster Marine was $8,111. There was some extra, obviously, once they pull the water jets apart, they find things, that additional services they needs. The next closest bid was Safe Harbor at $23,034. So we thought it was a pretty fair price.
So to do everything on this list that you're talking about, with the exceptions of bushings and seals, and bushings do not need to be changed every year. My boat is 19 years old, and I have not had to change any of the shaft bushings or the strut bushings. The seals, is this, does this have, I'm just blanking, pods on it, or is it a straight inboard, outboard, or inboard, or outboards?
It's a water jet.
It's a water
inboard?
jet.
Yeah.
So
Again, you're testing my marine knowledge.
Okay, no, I understand what that is.
And I think that's why the bushings are recommended annually. I know most of this stuff, this boat is funded by the Marine Task Force. So this is a state-funded boat. So they give us money every year. They give us this amount of money every year to provide these annual services. And they give us a list of the services that are eligible for that grant funding. And Lieutenant Vale, who oversees our Marine Division, writes up a list of all the services that are required every year per those specifications and per the manufacturer specifications. He estimated the services this year to be almost the same as last year, with the exception, he said, that we might not need the steer and shaft seals this year to be done this year again, because they were done last year.
The shaft seals.
Correct.
Certainly
But everything else that was
unless
done.
this boat is run aground,
Right.
or you've hit a rock or something, you're certainly not going to have to do those shaft seals every year.
But he said all the other services that amounted to over $8,000 last year will have to be done again this year.
How much were the shaft seal repairs?
You're going to make me look at a quote, and I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
You got 30 seconds, as the chairman said.
The shaft, well, they have seals and bushings together, unfortunately, at $1,196.
Mhm.
But that's together. They're lumped in together.
I think those numbers are crazy for what it is you're doing. If you have other things involved in the maintenance of this boat, of the other functioning parts, maybe. But to say it's $10,000 to do all of these things, which doesn't include seals or bushings, is ridiculous.
Again, he expects it to be less than it was last year, which was $9,227, because we're not doing the seals. But he said that his recommendation was to add a little bit more spending authority in there, because he said once they pull those water jets apart, they don't know what they're going to find. So we don't want to have them pull the whole boat apart and then have to, tell them, put it on hold. while that boat is out of water, this is our primary vessel, and then have to come back to you for more spending authority. He'd rather have the spending authority up front so that once they pull that boat apart, if there's some extra work that needs to be done, he can authorize them to do it up to $10,000.
And where is this boat going to be hauled?
It's Webster Marine, which is in Bristol.
Which is where?
Bristol.
Why aren't we doing it local?
They didn't bid. This went
I
out to
see.
bid, and only
Okay.
2 bidders came back for the bid. It was Webster Marine and Safe Harbor out of Portsmouth.
And what are they charging you for the hauling?
That's, I believe, is included in the package. And I believe we can haul it there ourselves.
Yeah, this boat has a trailer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can trailer it there, so we
Yeah, I
shouldn't be
believe we
paying
haul
any
it there
hauling.
ourselves. But they do have vessel haul-ins, $385 if we
Okay.
wanted them to haul it.
Now, that's a reasonable number. 350 to 400 is your typical number for what we call a short haul.
Right. All their services are broken down on the original bid that was spec'd a year ago. And they agreed, because they were still within that first year of the contract, to keep the same pricing for this year. That's why we're trying to get that vessel in a little early before the season starts, where they start to get backed up on their maintenance.
And when will this boat get launched again?
That this bid expires on January, so I'm assuming he's going to want to get that in within the next day, within the next 30 days or so. Once this increase gets awarded in the next week or two, he's going to probably get it over there as soon as possible. I think he's trying to beat the rush of the boats coming in the winter.
This boat remains in the water year round?
Year round, yes.
And where it is docked is here in Warwick?
Correct.
And that water is aerated around that boat during the winter?
Unsure of the answer to that one.
It's significant. You need to know that. Because if that boat's being stored in the water, especially with an air dry boat, you need to be sure that that water is aerated, because if that thing's freezing around that boat, you could have a whole lot of problems.
I got all the confidence in the world that Lieutenant Vale, who is very good at what he does, is if he was concerned with the situation, he'd rectify the situation.
Okay, you just might want to check on that.
I will.
would just, as some friendly advice, pay real close attention to the numbers that they're charging you, because unless there's something that is not included in this position paper, that's a wild number, a 10 grand. Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you. And just for my clarification, this approving authority, the spending authority is up to 20,000, but we are reimbursable. Rhode Island Emergency Management will reimburse whatever amount to $20,000, correct? Or whatever the amount is to repair.
Correct. This year, we're slated for $10,000 in preventative maintenance for this. Fully 100% funded by the state.
100% funding. All right,
Yep.
thank you
Mr.
so
Chair,
much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
thank
yes.
you. So with that discussion that just took place about reimbursement, I get it and I understand about the reimbursement, and, in the sense of financial things, and some people's eyes, that means, it doesn't cost us anything. If we don't have to spend, 10 grand on something and spend 6 instead, that's 4,000 that grant could be used for other things. And to me, it doesn't make sense to kind of put that out there. And I'm not suggesting that you did, Chairman. This is something that just happens, in the business world. You put it out there and, oh, don't worry about it. The insurance company's paying for it. Let's pat it on there. That's not what we want to see happen here. And I think it's important for us to challenge these numbers when these numbers come up and they just don't make sense at all. Thank you.
My question was directly to since we're increasing the spending authority, does that also get reimbursed? That was my question. Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next bid item that is up for discussion is number 18, found on page 109. That's bid 2021-277 portable toilet rentals. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll wait for the director. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
It's, yeah, just evening. Director, first of all, how many of these portable toilets are we referring to?
Well, we've put them at various parks throughout the city. And the previous administration, obviously during the pandemic, the bid was very low. So when we prepared this bid that's going to expire in 2023, we were anticipating the programs that we were going to be doing through those 2 fiscal years, and tried to estimate what we needed to do. But as a result, there was additional events that happened that were in need of, we needed to put more portable toilets down there. For example, the New Year's Eve event, the National Night Out, the movie events, when the beaches were closed and the regular restrooms like at Oakland Beach were shut down, we put some portable toilets down there that we'll be taking up in the next couple of weeks. But we wanted to put through the end of the beach season to be able to satisfy the patrons that are there. So the original amount was $25,000. We're getting close to exceeding that, and that's why we're requesting to get us through the remainder of the fiscal years to increase that bid by $15,000.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get a grasp on is what are we paying per porta-john?
For the regular porta-johns, it's $31.25, and for the handicap, it's $43.75.
Now, for the regular ones, that's like the stand-up
Yes,
single-person porta-john,
yes,
and that is delivered,
yes,
cleaned out?
delivered, and that's a weekly rate. It's delivered, and they're serviced once a week.
And do they limit us to a certain quantity of these per year?
No, it's as much as we'll pay for.
It's what, please?
As much as we'll pay for. They have plenty. Situate Portable Restrooms is probably one of the largest suppliers in the state.
I use them every week.
When we have no issue getting the facilities when we need them.
So if I have a delay in getting one, I can blame you guys, right?
As long as you want to pay for them.
Only kidding. So you got $31.25 for regular, $43.75 for an ADA, and you have unlimited porta-johns through this bidding period for X dollars or cents.
Yes, but except that we have some, for example, at some of the ball fields, there's porta-johns that are put out at the beginning of the season and then taken up at the end of the seasons, like at Penn Street and at, North Country Club and some of our ball fields. We have several porta-johns out there. They're taken up during the winter. At Salters Grove, some of our parks, we have them at various locations throughout the city. But what was happening is there were additional events. We budgeted for the events that we were planning, the food truck events that we had, but then there were additional events that came up that were requesting porta-johns, and it came out of our bid.
And I'd be curious to know, well, let me rephrase that. So Situate will send an invoice in. Do they invoice the city monthly or quarterly, or how do they do it?
Usually it's monthly.
Monthly.
Yeah.
And do they include in their invoice how many units they've serviced?
Yes.
So it would be possible to find out how many units that we used throughout the course of a fiscal year.
Yes, I could find that out. Yes. I can get you that information.
I'd be really interested in knowing that.
I can get you that information. I can get you a breakdown of what we've used so far. I can do that.
Director, you've done a good job with this. I'm serious. I mean, I know the numbers, and let's just leave it that way. You've done a good job.
Thank you.
I'm satisfied with this, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Are there questions from members of the council? Are there questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item for discussion is item number 19, bid 2023-181, landscape architectural services, playground and related site improvements for Bishop Park. This is found on page 117. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. I just want to commend whoever, because I know we have been ongoing and trying to get a grant or grants over my 2 years here. And I know prior to me coming on board for Bishop Park, this is a little park that's a gem in that area that is utilized by the growing number of young families in that community. And when I was walking the ward, knocking on doors, talking to them, a number of them mentioned how much they use that park and how much they would love to have it upgraded. As a matter of fact, for the opera money, a number of our suggestions for my ward have been to upgrade Bishop Park, and this will go a long way to helping us determine the best use of that money for them. So I just wanted to commend you. I didn't have any direct questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councilman. Any questions, comments from members of the committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Let's see. I see that the winning bidder was the Beta Group.
Correct.
Obviously, this wouldn't apply to this bid because the work has not yet been done. But in general, any other bids that the city has had with the Beta Group, has the city been satisfied with Beta Group?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes.
Are we aware of any outstanding invoices or disputes relating to payment between the city and Beta Group?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next will be item number 28, bid 2021-226, turnkey operation for printing and mailing of water sewer tax billing. Councilman Gebhardt.
Evening, Director.
Good evening.
How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Well, I'm continually flabbergasted by the cost of printing and mailing things. And I just had a general question about this program and other programs where we print and mail things. Is there an option, or is it even a viable option for there to be a paperless selection for either ratepayers or the customer, where they could opt out of printed and mailed statements?
I believe that, excuse me, Pat, was there some discussion, Phil?
Do me a favor, speak into the microphone.
I believe there was some discussion starting about paperless and emails and stuff like that, yes, but we're just starting to talk about that now.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, because I can see, not everyone has access to a computer, and so you'd certainly want the ability to print and mail. But I know that there are certainly people that take up that option on other financial accounts and transactions. And, if we could get 25% of the city or something on paperless, then we could probably reduce this by 25%, get it to where it was, 5 years ago. It's only going to keep going the wrong direction. So, yeah, thank you. Whatever you can do on that. Appreciate it.
Great point. Thank you, Councilman. Follow-up questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, Director.
Good evening.
Terry, I'm not understanding some of the numbers on these documents. On the paper, position paper from you, it says the original amount of $37,674 was carried over from a prior contract and is not enough to cover the increase of the processing costs. On April 8th, 2021, Mayor Picozzi and this council approved a mailing budget for you of $80,118. So this 37,000, that's the remaining balance of the 80,000?
Well, the 80,000 is for the three departments, Councilman.
Sorry?
The 80,000 is the total for the three departments: sewer department, water department, and tax collectors.
Okay. Okay. So where's this 37,674 come from?
The 37,000 is the water division's portion of this bill.
Of the 80,000?
That's correct.
Okay. And I don't know if you were, this says, you know, the reasoning for this increase is the cost of processing, sorting, and mailing the utility bills. So you may recall recently we had extensive conversation here about the calendars and about the cost of mailing, et cetera. Well, I spent a lot of time on the phone with some folks about how that whole process works and how things get mailed out and who sorts it. And I was told that we had a modest postal increase, as we know, I think it was back in July, and that there was no increase in postage rates in the foreseeable future. So where are you basing your financial decision to increase this amount by $18,000? Based upon what information? What information do you have that states definitively you're going to have an increased cost in processing, in sorting, and mailing of the utility bills?
Okay, so going back, I believe this is one of the first bids that I did when I took over the department. I believe this was an extension, a 2-year extension on this bid. So we just carried over the money from the previous 2-year contract to this 2-year contract. Mathematically, we made a mistake and did not account for any increases whatsoever on a 2-year extension. So right now, we're just about out of money to print and sort and mail. And we still have 3 quarters coming up that we have to cover for our utility bills.
So in fiscal year 2022, how much did you spend on processing, sorting, and mailing utility bills? What was your cost of the mailing bills in the mailbox? What was your cost?
I apologize. I don't have that in front of me. I usually don't handle the
I'm
billing. I don't have that in front of me, Councilman. I'm usually not involved in billing whatsoever. My business manager, he handles all the billing and the contract for D3 Logic. He's on vacation, so I'm just kind of trying to talk for him. Pat, are you familiar with anything? Talking to Mike?
Good evening, Pat Peshka. I don't have any of the numbers in front of me, but I can tell you that several weeks ago, Mike St. Pierre and I had all the numbers in front of us, and there was a mathematical error. When they originally came to you with this new contract, they picked up, I believe it was the rate from the previous contract when they asked for the spending authority. When Mike came to me and said, you know, something's gone wrong here, they're charging me the right rate, and all of a sudden I'm out of money, we sat down with all the numbers, and that's when we realized it was a mathematical mistake. I apologize, I don't have any of those numbers in front of me right now, but I can tell you that Mike and I sat with all the numbers, and it came up with this conclusion.
Well, I think that is a significant item that we all should have been aware of. This is the first I'm hearing about any mathematical error in this mailing process. I don't know if any of my colleagues are aware of it or not. I am not aware of any mathematical error. And now we are being asked to approve an increase of $18,000 on what may or may not be postage, future postage, processing, sorting, and mailing of utility bills. And now we're being told that there was a mathematical error that has resulted in this shortfall. So now I'm starting to wonder if the need for this $18,000 isn't because of the mathematical miscalculation and it's resulting in a need for 18,000. Who made the mathematical calculation? Was it the department or was it the vendor?
It was in the department's end.
It was within the department.
The department, when they were asking for the proper amount of spending authority over the course of the 2 years, that they made a mathematical error.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
I do not see how we could be voting on something like this evening when you've just heard that there was a mathematical error in the computation of this postage process. We have no idea what that mathematical miscalculation or error was. No idea what the amount was. No idea about is the $18,000 because of a future increase in the processing, the postage, et cetera, which I can tell you my conversations with that company on the calendar issue was pretty clear that they did not anticipate any postal increases, at least for this year. So how can we sit here and approve an $18,000 increase to the taxpayers when we don't know what the reason is? Is it because of a mathematical error? Is it because of postage going up? Is this $18,000 to be used for increased postage that we don't know about yet? It's a hypothetical. Or is it being used to take care of and plug a leak because of a mathematical error? And for those reasons, I'm going to respectfully request that this item be held until we get that information in order to obviously give us the information we need to make a responsible decision on this.
Thank you. I'm going to continue with the go-around, and then I do have a follow-up question. Are there any questions from members of the committee on this item? Further questions? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? So I'd like to ask a question. Can you give us in a simple short paragraph, or not, doesn't have to be a short paragraph, the explanation for what you feel is the reasoning behind this? Your statement, if you will, your finishing statement. Yes, please. I am. Yeah, I apologize, Pat. Yes, you. Thank you, Ms. Petchka.
Again, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but when I sat with Mike and we went through everything, it wasn't anything in regards to the bid. It was a mathematical error in how much he was asking spending authority from you. His budget was fine. The bid was fine. He took the wrong, I believe, for the amount that he asked for, it looked like he took the rate per item from the previous bid instead of the new rates and asked for the same amount that he asked the last time, which he should have. The rate had increased, and for all the other departments, they used the proper rate. So he just didn't ask for enough spending authority from you to complete this whole billing process.
Understood. And this is to cover the billing that goes forward September. It says right here in your letter, the department is requesting an increase of spending authority to cover the current September utility billing as well as the upcoming December 2022 and March 2023 billing. So this increase will be over those departments, water, sewer, and tax billing, printing and mailing, over the course of that time frame.
It's the water portion of it. Everyone else's
Yeah.
bid, their portion, their spending authority
Yep.
is fine. It was the water they didn't ask for enough.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So I guess my question is, how long are we going to continue approving bids that we don't have all the information for? How long are we going to continue ignoring the wrong mathematical calculations on bids? We had it again last meeting. We've had it at previous meetings. There's math not being checked by purchasing or by DPW in these discounts. There's discounts being shown of 60%, and we're going to send you a bill for 416 when I do the math and it's 200 and something. How long are we going to continue with this process that we say, okay, fine, let's do it? We need to have accurate information. We need to be provided with accurate information. You can't be providing us with bids and X discounts and the numbers wrong. I think it's ridiculous to let that responsibility fall on the city council. That we are supposed to be the CPAs and the mathematicians and sit here and do all of this when I'm told we don't have enough people and enough time to go through all the math. This is not responsible, and this should not be continued. With this particular item, I'm going to request a PCR on this item because I am no longer going to be voting or supporting any bids that don't have accurate information, all the information, or errors in the mathematical calculations.
Thank you, Councilman. So if I'm correct, it would be PCR 121-22. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bid 2021-226 is now PCR 121-22. Is there a motion? It's whatever.
Favorable action. I have another question.
Sure.
What's the impact of holding this?
The next round of bills are December, so they get this back on the docket. It's going to be kind of close to December billing.
Just for clarification, with the PCR, it moves it to the floor for a vote, but also for further discussion, and it gives the members the opportunity to vote up or down, or the option to hold.
Okay, we can do that. Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor? Aye.
And what was the motion?
The motion of favorable action to move it to the floor with the PCR.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Item number 29, bid 2023-231, roofing materials for 190 Range Road. This is found on page 191. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. So this, you have the position paper here from Eric Earls, Director of DPW. This is in regards to a roof that has clearly failed over at the Range building. And a short time ago, Mayor Picozzi had given me a call and asked me if I would go take a look at this roof and give him my opinion on it and an estimate as to what I thought the cost of doing this roof would be, so he would know how to move forward. In doing so, and prior to getting back to Mayor Picozzi, I reached out to one of my suppliers, which is Lansing Building Products. It's a Warwick company, a huge taxpayer in the city of Warwick. And I asked them to provide me with a price on a complete material list to do this job. And I also asked them to reach out to one of their manufacturers to donate the material. And to be honest with you, I thought that was a pretty heavy request, you know, given the current times we have and the availability of products, et cetera, et cetera. Without hesitation, they said they would absolutely look into this and see if they could get one of their vendors to donate some, if not all of the materials. They came back to me in a short period of time and had told me that Atlas Roofing, Atlas is a manufacturer of roofing products, Atlas Roofing has agreed to donate all of the roofing shingles for this building at no cost to the city of Warwick. Lansing, who is my primary supplier, a large vendor in the home building industry, they have also offered a significant discount to the city of Warwick for the rest of the materials that are necessary. This roof would carry a price tag complete, not counting replacing rotted plywood, of somewhere in the vicinity of $12,000, $13,000 in the retail market. Mayor Picozzi is going to get these materials for a little over $1,100 for the roofing materials. The add-on up to $4,000, I will be making an amendment on this to say up to $4,000, is because we don't know if we're going to have any rotted plywood when we pull these shingles off. One half of this roof is in very poor condition. The shingles are completely disintegrated. We know visually that there is rot under there. So plywood will certainly have to be replaced. We don't know how much until we actually, I say we, until the city gets in there and starts stripping off these shingles and replacing the plywood. So I suggested to the mayor that we put a request to the city council for a budget of up to $4,000 for a job that if you had to pay full freight for, you'd be looking at that 11, 12, 13,000. So with all that said, I'd like to extend again just a great big thank you to Atlas Roofing for donating all of that roofing material, as well as Lansing, our local company here in Warwick, for extending the city a significant discount. I would request that we amend this item to say up to $4,000.
That's what I, so for clarification, solicitor, when we authorize, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, I apologize. I don't see, I'm looking in the packet, I don't see a fiscal impact statement. I don't think, that's what I thought, yeah.
I just want to make a quick announcement, just give, while the solicitor is discussing, just a roadmap for the council meeting for people watching at home, people in here. We are still in the finance committee. We're on the bid docket. Then we will move to the finance agenda, which is right after this. When we finish that, there are two items on there, PCR 27-22, that's the flock automatic license plate readers, and PCR 77-22, removal fees for solar receptacles. The first one that I mentioned, that is for the purchase of the flock cameras. Then once that finance committee is complete, we will move to the ordinance committee, and there is second passage on the flock cameras, the policy for the ordinance for the flock cameras. So I just wanted to lay that out. And then we still have scheduled a public hearing that will start after 7 o'clock this evening for a development here in the city of Warwick. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just been advised by legal counsel that I will not be participating in a motion, and I will not be participating in a vote. I will be recusing myself on those items, and my dialogue was simply to present the context of the rationale for doing this particular roof.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman, as I'm looking at this paper, this presentation paper, I don't see any anything identifying a price list where this money's going to go. So, you know, I'm authorizing spending for something that I don't know what it's going to.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's most unfortunate that you didn't read the last paragraph of the position paper, because had you done that, sir,
Yep.
it says under section 56.6 of the Warwick Code for Lansing Building Products in the amount of $4,000. So I certainly forgive you for not seeing that in the last paragraph.
Well, I saw that, but I was just wondering where the line items are, like each individual item that we will be spending that on.
Oh, well, certainly we'd be more than happy to present that to you. If you'd like, we can present it to you in the full face value and you can pay for that.
Ooh,
How's that?
How? All right, well.
Thank you.
Joke withdrawn. By the way, Councilman, I wanted to say thank you so much for doing that and taking this under your wing, especially in your profession. That's phenomenal, and that's phenomenal that a company is willing to do that. Thank you so much.
It's for the good of the taxpayers and the good of the city. You're welcome.
That's it. Are there any more discussion within the committee on this item? Oh, Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much. I just want to commend our colleague, Councilman Lattiser, for taking you know, an interest in this and doing that for the taxpayers. This is also not the first time the councilman has done this when it's come to roofs, that he helped us out with a building, city building a few years ago, and was able to get a donation to build a roof for a city property. So I just want to take a second to thank the councilman for his work on this. And now I look forward to you getting these discounts on fire trucks and police cars and schools. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council President. Further discussion, comments from members of the council? Further discussion, comments from members of the public? May I have that's true. May I have a PCR number? It'll be PCR 122-22. May I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion to amend.
That's what I'm saying. You need an amendment first, correct?
No. All right, just going to recuse. All right, thank you. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. May I have a motion for PCR 118-22 full consent calendar?
Move favorable action.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all much. May I have a acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on October 3rd?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. PCR 27-22, formerly bid 2022-333, Flock automatic license plate readers. Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go over a procedure on this. This is before us now in the Finance Committee. This is just to discuss the purchase of the cameras. We're going to have the commander come up and discuss that. And then later on in ordinance, there will be a separate part of this that is for second passage of the ordinance. Then when we get into the full city council meeting, the ordinance comes first and then the purchase of these cameras. So I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page. So what we're discussing now, what the commander is about to discuss, is the purchase of these Flock automatic license plate readers. They will have a discussion here, a recommendation from this committee, and then it will go to the full council. Then after we finish the rest of that's on the agenda, we will move to the ordinance committee, where we would discuss the ordinance relating to Flock automatic license plate cameras. And then they will make a recommendation on second passage. Then it will go to the full council meeting, and then the full council will then vote on both items, and the ordinance will go first, and then the purchase of if those are the recommendations. But that's the order it's going to be. So right now we are just going to discuss the purchase of Flock automatic license plate readers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Commander.
Good evening. Commander Mike Lima, Warwick Police Department. Again, the department is seeking authorization on the provisions of City Ordinance 56-6, the exception to bid, to expend funds to purchase 10 flock safety automatic license plate readers, also known as ALPRs. Pricing for each unit is $2,500 per camera per year, plus a $250 one-time implementation fee. Flock safety requires a 2-year contract, which will result in a cost of $52,500 for the 10 cameras, $27,500 being paid in year 1 and $25,000 being paid in year 2. If approved, funding for these expenses would be allocated from federal asset forfeiture funds, code 364-0400. The 2-year contract period would commence upon the installation of the cameras.
Thank you so much, Commander. So this is purely, as the President stated, this is for the purchase of the cameras.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're talking about PCR 27-22 right now?
27-22, yes, sir.
So we're going to take a vote on purchasing these cameras before we take a vote on PCO 6-22?
Solicitor?
We are presently in the Finance Committee, and that item is presently before us. The second passage of the ordinance is scheduled for later discussion in the Ordinance Committee. Both items, with whatever recommendations they may have, will then move to the full council for action. These are merely recommendations by the committees, and so they're non-binding on the council themselves, and we'll take them up in the order presented as the council president has noted later this evening.
Okay, so just to clarify, I recall at the previous meeting too, or a previous meeting, Mr. President, you had indicated that before we vote on purchasing the cameras, the ordinance sponsored by Councilman Sinapi would be put up for a vote before we vote on purchasing the cameras. Is that still the same feeling?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. President.
Yes, Councilman. So this is a recommendation on this. It will go to the full floor with a recommendation, and then you will see on the full council agenda, we will take up the ordinance first for second passage. And then we will take up this particular item. So we are still doing it in order. It just finance happens to meet.
All right, thank you
before
both for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. President. Questions from members of the committee? Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Commander.
Good evening.
So we have been working on this item, I believe, since February. I think we've had a lot of great discussions. But this is just on the purchase of the actual plates, or the cameras. So we are buying 10, but that will give us access to how many cameras around the state, approximately?
Right now, I believe there's just over 100. I know Providence was looking to purchase them. I'm not 100% sure if they have them up and running. But we also have access to the entire camera system that Flock has. So there's thousands of cameras.
So we are purchasing 10, and we will get access to all of those as a benefit for going through with this purchase.
That is correct.
Recently, as of this weekend, Cranston has these cameras already up and running. There was a home invasion, and there was 3 suspects, and 2 of them were caught running away or in the muck and everything like that. But the third one stole a car and was apprehended because the Flock cameras were able to capture that and then help them discover this. I know this because the colonel of the Cranston police reached out to the colonel of the Warwick police just to tell him this particular example, which happened this weekend, as they were able to access and get that dangerous person off the road because of these flock cameras. The colonel from Cranston also told the colonel of Warwick this evening that they've also used this in the last a couple of weeks to have stop two different arrests on stolen cars. They were able to make arrests on stolen cars and stealing of the converters, catalytic converters, which is unfortunately an issue here in Warwick as well. So we're seeing real examples of how these cameras have benefited the public safety of residents in Rhode Island. We would purchase 10 this evening and get access to all those, and we can strategically place these cameras around. So if we have, I believe there's one right on the line in Cranston Warwick line, so maybe we move it one in a different area so we can kind of cover as much ground as we like. So I just lay that out because I know that there has been a lot of discussion on whether to purchase these cameras or not. I believe these are concrete examples from our neighbor next door of how they can really benefit the residents here. And I understand no program is perfect. Again, we're just talking about the actual purchase of that. I will be supporting purchasing of these cameras for those examples and much more. I just think that we should try to use as much of the resources that are available as possible to keep our residents safe. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any members of the committee have any follow-up comments, questions? Thank you. Members of the council, I'll start on my right side. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I've previously made comments and comments that are more directed toward the legislation that would regulate these cameras. So for the moment, as we are on the bid, I'm going to confine my comments to the bid and the bid process itself. I do take issue or have issues with this going through a 56-6 process. I understand that flock is commonly used in many cities and towns in Rhode Island now, especially with some other major cities recently adopting these flock cameras. However, it's my knowledge that flock is not a quote-unquote sole source provider. Instead, it is one of several different companies that provide different but similar services. Because these services are substantially similar in that they would involve the reading of license plates, and because we are talking about a 2-year contract that involves the expenditure of over $50,000, that is a one-time fee plus a fee of $2,500 per year per camera, total of 10 cameras. I think that it would be better if Warwick looked into its other options and sees whether, if in the event we want to purchase ALPR cameras at all, if other competing companies may offer the city a better deal than $2,500 per year per camera, which seems rather steep. It may or may not be in Warwick's best interest to go ahead with flock at perhaps a higher cost than some of its competitors because of the network of cameras that other cities and towns are using. However, there is always a balance in these matters between security and privacy. And I'm not so sure that the benefit of having what's turning out to be a de facto statewide network of cameras all in the hands of one company is necessarily a good thing for citizens of Warwick and citizens of this state. So for those reasons, I don't think that a 56-6 process where effectively we are reaching out exclusively to flock rather than having an open bid process, opening this up to potential competitors who are out there, are operating in different states. And it's my understanding that at least one competitor has a bid in or may be providing services to another entity in Rhode Island, although I do not have the latest on that particular information. I'll also say that flock cameras in general, while I'm sure that there are examples out there of data being used from flock cameras to the benefit of public safety, to the benefit of individuals, those stories are out there. However, there are going to be counterexamples, and there are also the counterfactuals where we don't know if good old-fashioned police work would have gotten the same results. One counterexample is that a person I know, unfortunately, this person is homeless and living in his car. His car was stolen. I actually was holding out a little bit of hope that, oh, good, flock cameras are present in the city where the perpetrator is known to frequent. So maybe a flock camera is going to flag that vehicle, and this person who literally had just about everything stolen from them that was in their car and lived in their car, hopefully that person can get their car back very quickly. Well, unfortunately, that didn't happen. The car was eventually found in that city that does have flock cameras deployed. However, it was actually the owner of the car walking up and down the streets, obviously because he didn't have a car, who eventually found it on his own. And unfortunately, it took well over a week before that car was found. Now, that's not to say I'm not trying to set up some sort of straw man here that obviously proponents of flock cameras aren't taking a position that it is a panacea. However, I will say that there is no one tool that's going to give such a massive improvement or boost to public safety that it's going to solve all of our society's woes. And so we really need to consider the extent of the benefit of flock cameras and the extent of the benefit in flock in particular relative to some of its competitors and the cost. This is a cost that at $25,000 a year with a two-year contract, I would venture to guess that 2 years from now, that cost is probably not going to go down. So is this the road we necessarily want to go down right at this time through a 56-6 without having that open bid process? Or is this something where we might want to take a minute, put it out for an open bid, and see who bids, come back in a couple of months? I don't see any particular urgency here on this, given that the city of Warwick has existed for many years without these cameras. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Comments, questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll reserve most of my comments for when this comes to the full floor, but I would concur with the comments from Councilman Ricks, particularly about his opinions of why this should or should not be a 56-6. And for that reason, amongst a whole host of others that you've heard me talk about over the past several meetings, I will not be voting in favor of these cameras, and I'll reserve the rest of my comments for the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions, comments from members of the council? Are there any questions, comments from members of the public on the purchase of flock automatic license plate readers? I ask that when you come up, identify yourself.
Thank you.
My name is Barry Cook,
Good evening.
109 Namquid Drive in the city of Warwick.
Good evening.
I must say, quite frankly, I'm a little surprised and quite frankly, very disappointed. Councilman Ricks has brought up the subject of there are other companies that provide similar cameras and similar services. And if I understood correctly, what he said was, it doesn't appear that we've solicited, asked for, sought out other companies to bid on this system. If that's what I understood to be correct, then I quite frankly think this ordinance, this decision should be postponed until that can be researched. The other thing that I thought the councilman made a good point of was, if throughout the state of Rhode Island, we only have one provider of automatic license plate readers, that almost seems to me to be disastrous. If in fact, they can patrol the entire state and they can control all of the records. I know that you people have considered a resolution and an ordinance that supposedly safeguards the use of the information collected in Warwick, but I don't know if other cities and towns in the state have similar resolutions, ordinances, or procedures. So it would seem to me that just on those 2 points alone, we would be smart to postpone this decision. The other thing that I want to point out is I'm getting old. My eyesight is not as good as it used to be. My hearing is not as good as it used to be. I'd just like to comment while we're talking about this, that I've had a difficult time this evening when people come to the podium. You people all know who these folks are. I have to tell you, after 20 years in the city, and I've been remiss not coming to the council meetings the last 2 years, but I'm not going to be remiss in the future. But when they come to the podium, it's wonderful that you know the commander, and you know the young lady that spoke, and you know the gentleman that spoke. That's wonderful. But I don't know who these people are. It seems to me a courteous thing to do for the public would be ask each person who comes to the podium to speak into the microphone so that we can understand them and identify themselves. So I've been here since this meeting started, and if you hadn't called that gentleman the commander, I would have known who he was. He doesn't have a uniform on. He doesn't have a hat on. He's not wearing a badge. He could be anybody. The first gentleman that spoke, the tall, slender gentleman that spoke, and then they called the young lady to the podium, I still don't know who they are. Now, I believe the young lady that spoke about the portable toilets is Miss Wiley, and I only know her from my experience throughout the state. So she's the only person that I'm familiar with. And one other thing, and I'll be done. This lovely young lady with her back to me and her back to the audience. I just want to say this.
No, I'm sorry, sir.
I can't
You
see
can
the
only
speaker.
speak on the item before
I am.
us. We're not talking
I
about
just want-
individual city employees at this time, sir.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
I'm
Do you
not
have
picking
anything else
anybody.
on the purchase of
I
these
can't see
things?
the gentleman at the other side of the table because she's blocking my view.
Thank you.
Could she please sit at the end of the table?
Sir, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, mister. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the Warwick City Council. My name is Hannah Stern. I'm testifying on behalf of the ACLU of Rhode Island. I know we've sent many, many pages of testimony to you over the past few months. We've consistently testified in opposition to the implementation of flock safety surveillance cameras throughout this state, and to the ordinance, which is up for a second passage tonight. I'm especially expressing my opposition now to the financial appropriations for the implementation of flock safety surveillance technology in Warwick. And I do just want to emphasize that we still maintain that same opposition position, and again urge this council to summarily reject both this insufficient ordinance and the appropriation of funding for this program. I do want to clarify, I will be talking about the ordinance, but I'm choosing to comment now just because I'm hopeful that this committee will do the right thing from our perspective and not send this to the full council. We're hoping you will choose not to fund this program. As we've noted before, our concerns about this technology have been underpinned by the impact that this surveillance system would have on privacy, the public oversight of policing tools, First Amendment rights, and racial disparities in law enforcement. Unfortunately, none of these concerns have been alleviated by the ordinance that's before the council tonight, nor by the draft Warwick Police Department policy, both of which we've provided detailed analysis of to the council. I just want to be clear again to the council about the deficiencies of this ordinance in particular and ask you once again for these reasons not to fund this program. This ordinance places truly no meaningful or substantive limitations on use of the system by law enforcement, which subsequently impacts the privacy of all residents and drivers. This ordinance would still allow for the release.
Ma'am, you're repeatedly saying the ordinance. This is on the purchase. So you've already stated that you're against the purchase of the flock cameras?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
If I may clarify, the reason that I was bringing up points of the ordinance is because it underpins our opposition as well to the funding. So we're
Understood.
hoping that the insufficiency of the ordinance will allow you as well to reject the funding.
Okay.
I'll be brief, I promise.
No, thank you. You've been
I know we've sent you a lot of material over the last few months, but we do think that this ordinance still inallowably allows for the release of data under practically any circumstances. One particularly concerning example, which we did provide to the council before, is that nationally we see a rise in the criminalization of healthcare access, like abortion services. If police in another state reach out because they believe Warwick police may have footage through Flock of a resident who they believe traveled to Rhode Island to receive an abortion, nothing prohibits the release of that data, which could be a very harmful effect of the implementation of this system. We also don't think that this ordinance provides appropriate protections for First Amendment rights. We don't think it addresses in any capacity the potential for increased discriminatory policing that this technology could facilitate. And finally, we don't believe there are any remedies for an individual who's harmed by the misuse of this expansive technology. And we don't think that this ordinance provides, well, we know it doesn't provide any penalties for an individual who does misuse the system. So I just want to say again, we understand the interest in community safety because that's a goal we all have, but the avenue to achieve community safety is not through dubious, privacy intrusive technology being sold and operated and handled by a private company. We strongly, strongly, strongly urge this council to reject the financial package attached to this program and to preserve the privacy and civil liberties of all residents in Rhode Island. You would not be alone in our state. As I mentioned last time, Portsmouth recently rejected this technology for the same reasons. We believe Warwick should do the same. Thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions, and I appreciate you allowing me to continue my commentary.
Thank you. Is there any more comment from the public on PCR 27-22? Thank you. Is there a motion?
Second.
I have a motion favorable. I have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Next is PCR 77-22, formerly bid 2022, 435, removal fees for solar compacting receptacles. Please identify yourself in the microphone, Mrs. Moretti.
Christy Moretti, Public Works. Department requests to withdraw at this time. We haven't gotten any further correspondence from the company, so until we do, we're not seeking any authorization.
So you'd like to hold?
Withdraw.
Oh, withdraw. I apologize. I couldn't hear. So the request by the department is to withdraw. Are there any conversation from the members of the committee? Is there any conversation, comments from members of the council? Is there any conversation, comments from members of the public? Members of the public. Thank you. May I have a motion to withdraw?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
The time is now 7 p.m. and the Finance Committee is closed.
Nice work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to let individuals know that we are going to start the council meeting in a couple of minutes here, but there is public comment where you can make comments on any Warwick issue. So you don't have to be specific to a particular bid. If sign-up sheet is on the podium there, you can speak on any Warwick issue at this time. We will also have a public hearing that will start right after the ordinance committee. Thank you.
Testing. 1, 2.
Good evening, everyone. I call the October 17th, 2022 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Snappy? Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. Councilman Foley, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the balls bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good evening, everyone. We are now under general communications. I have a few. I do want to say there are 2 big topics to be discussed this evening. We still have the ordinance committee, and I know there's a number of individuals that are here for that. And then we also have a public hearing, which I know a number of individuals are here as well. So after we finish general communications, going to ask my colleagues to make some adjustments to the agenda so we can make sure everybody gets an opportunity to speak on the items and hear the items that they're here for. So also under general communications, I just want to invite everyone to a ribbon cutting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. At the Sawtooth Municipal Building, right across the street here. That is where all the municipal offices are now. It's a beautiful building, so the public is welcome to attend. Also, early voting starts on Wednesday. So if you have any questions, the Board of Canvases will be open, and you can start voting on Wednesday of this week. And my final announcement is starting on November 1st, there's going to be a changing of garbage pickup. So if you were getting your trash picked up on Tuesdays, you will now get your trash picked up on Fridays. And if you were getting your trash picked up on Fridays, you will now get your trash picked up on Tuesdays. There's going to be letters going out to the individuals, the households that will be affected by this change. The mayor did a posting on his Facebook page explaining the situation, but we do want to make people aware that will start on November 1st. Are there any questions or any general communications from members of the council? Okay, hearing none, what I would like to do is we just finished Finance Committee. I would like to go call the Ordinance Committee to come back in here, have the discussion on what's in the ordinance agenda, and then pause after that's finished, pause that, and then go right into the public hearing. So is there any objections from members of the council on changing the agenda? Yes, so we would, after we finish ordinance, we just have to land use and public properties would convene quickly to move it to a full public hearing. So is there any objection from members of the council to changing up the agenda this evening? Hearing none, the ordinance committee will now take place. Thank you.
Ordinance will convene at 7:16 p.m. First, we have acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on September 19th, 2022.
Move acceptance.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 6-22 sub B, an ordinance regulating the use of automated license plate reader technology. This would be for a second passage. Does the committee have any comments or questions? Councilman Ricks.
I've previously commented on this at length. I don't intend to repeat all of my comments from the previous meeting. I think that it would be better time spent, members of the public voicing their opinions on the matter. I'll just briefly say that along with the reasons that I mentioned at the hearing earlier this evening on this flock technology camera system, I think that there are some serious Fourth Amendment concerns when it comes to these ALPR technologies, as well as we, as a city council, have to keep a couple of things in mind, in my opinion. First, that the Fourth Amendment is the bare minimum. We are allowed to give our citizens greater rights than what the Fourth Amendment provides as the bare minimum. Second, I think that this city council needs to really strengthen this currently proposed ordinance if it is going to enact it and follow through with the purchase of ALPR camera technology, because there are several different issues here that the ordinance does not address to my satisfaction, including potential penalties if the ordinance is not followed. If we don't have proper penalties or enforcement built into the ordinance, then what exactly is the penalty if the provisions we do have aren't followed? Is it going to be a slap on the wrist? I also would want to see more in terms of disclosure. How many instances and when is this data being shared? Without getting into all of those details that I raised more at the previous meeting, those are my comments and why I will be voting against the current version, sub B. Although I will say that sub B is certainly an improvement over the two previous versions, and would like to thank the committee and the council for their work to try to get this moving in the right direction. Whether we've reached that point or not, I don't think that we have reached that point that we should be satisfied with the current language. Thank you.
Any other members of the council wish to comment or have any questions? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. If you would allow, I would prefer to reserve my comments until after we hear from members of the public.
Alrighty, do any other members of the council have any comments or questions? All right, any members of the public have any comments or questions? I think someone's coming down, so I'm just going to wait. All right. So please, when you get to the mic, just identify yourself for the record and then have at it.
Yes, sir. Hi, my name's Meg Potter. I'm a resident of Warwick, a homeowner, and a registered nurse. And I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on this important issue. I'll start with just saying that I oppose both the purchase and introduction of these cameras into our community, largely on the basis of my libertarian principles, which suggest to me that the individual is the ultimate minority and that these are a flagrant disregard for individual rights, and that they ask citizens to pay for their own surveillance by their government, which makes me very uncomfortable. The other thing is that I want to say is that our state and our town are in the midst of a lot of upheaval. We're arguing about a lot of really important things. The governor recently signed another state of emergency. Our town is fighting about schools. We're really divided. And I just don't see what is the urgency right now of making this purchase and implementing this new technology in Warwick. So I guess that's my biggest question. Why license plate readers are controversial in general is because, and this is according to the ACLU, the information captured by the readers, including the license plate number, the date, time, and location of every scan, is being collected. And as a result, an enormous database of innocent motorist location information is rapidly growing. This is the kind of thing that makes citizens nervous. They're already nervous. We're struggling. We don't have a lot of money. We have a lot of mistrust in our government. And I'm, again, not sure if the level of unsolved crime in Warwick really rises to the point where we would want to spend this money and enact this new legislation. So thank you for listening, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Barker. I'm a citizen of Warwick. I would just like to ask the council, what recourse would the city of Warwick have were these flock cameras struck down as unconstitutional in light of the Fourth Amendment, as there is a case pending? I would also ask, we are the fifth safest city in the country per WPRI.com. What is the net gain of these cameras? And does it supersede an invasion of privacy of every person in that camera's view? Thirdly, doing some research. There was a randomized controlled trial in Vallejo, California, found that 37% of all ALPR hits from fixed readers and 35% from mobile were misreads. That sets up a situation where an innocent person can be accosted and treated as an armed criminal over a machine making a mistake. Other than that, I would ask, again, please mind the Fourth Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other members of the public have any comments or questions?
Once again, my name is Barry Cook, 109 Namcourt Drive. I just want to say that the last time I came, Councilman Ricks has suggested, and I think he might have mentioned it this evening, that it'd be a good idea to wait to see what the state legislature does regarding regulation of these cameras. So again, I want to support his suggestion and think it's a good idea. Several other comments. After having observed some comments and listening to the people testify and reading what I've read, it seems to me this is a situation where we have a solution seeking a problem. In other words, as a young lady mentioned just a minute ago, I'm not certain that we have a problem in the city of Warwick that requires us to make this immediate investment without doing all of our research. Again, I want to point out, Councilman Ricks has stated that the flock people are not the only people that provide this service. There are others that provide similar cameras and similar services. So again, I don't see the need to rush into this. The other thing is there's a trade-off, and I think the young lady mentioned it. The trade-off is a loss of privacy. So from my observation, once again, this is a solution seeking a problem, and what's going to end up happening is people in the city of Warwick and people who come through our city are going to suffer a serious loss of privacy. And quite frankly, the way I understand the system can be used is it can actually track people. So in other words, it could track my behavior, where I go, where I stop, where I spend my money, where I bank. That may not be the intent of it. My bottom line is I think this should be postponed and further work done to seek out other bids and firm up the ordinance and resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this? All right, and Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for all of the work that you put into this. I know you've put a lot of time into this. You've worked very diligently towards improving the position on these flock cameras. But having said that, I still stand firm in my opposition to them for all of the reasons I have stated over at least one meeting. And in addition to that, we've had only two members of the community appear before us this evening. And I think each one of them made some very good points. Particularly important is the comments that Councilman Ricks has made once again this meeting. His comments regarding constitutional issues, the bid process, etc. I know at a meeting, comments were said that, quote, I trust the police department. For me, this isn't about distrusting the police department. It is important to realize that technology changes. We're being presented this innocence of it's a license plate reader, it's not going to have facial recognition and voice recognition, et cetera, when in the documents that we have, it clearly states that that equipment has the capabilities of doing this. Now, at some point in the future, we all know the current mayor, the current colonel, the current city council, we are not going to be here. There's going to be changes. And what we're being asked to do is approve policy. And then this policy will be finalized and sent to the Board of Public Safety. The current Board of Safety, or I should say the makeup of the current Board of Safety, could change tomorrow. That policy that is either approved or not approved by the Board of Public Safety never comes back to us. I have not heard testimony that convinces me that the capabilities, the incredible amount of capabilities of this technology cannot change or will not change. I also want to reiterate my desire to request that this committee, and I'll put it in the form of motion again, that this committee listen to the comments or hear the comments that I made at the last meeting, which is Representative Solomon had introduced legislation in the General Assembly, had spent a lot of time working on that, and the committee came very close to agreeing on language. He tells me that it wasn't quite there and it didn't materialize. He also tells me that he fully intends to introduce similar language, perhaps even additional language to the original, in the House of Representatives this coming session. So I think for us to jump into this thing now, as well-intended as these amendments are that you have proposed, Mr. Chairman, I think for us to jump into this now, where clearly this isn't any life-threatening emergency that needs to be happening this moment, to go through this exercise for not, and the General Assembly expound or expand on what you have proposed here, it doesn't make sense to me. In the 10 years that I've been on the city council, there's been numerous times when various makeups of the council, and again, this council has changed significantly since I first got on this council. It has been said oftentimes that we should not take a position on this item because the General Assembly is taking up this item, and we should wait and see what the General Assembly does and what they come up with for state law. Ultimately, they're going to have the say. So for those reasons, in addition to everything else that I've testified to, I'm not going to bore everybody with listening to those details all over again. I'm going to respectfully request that this committee make a motion to table this item until the General Assembly takes action on the legislation that will be considered. And that's my request.
Do any other members of the council have any questions or comments? Any members of the public have any questions or comments? All right, as far as any motions, we can consider any amendments or motions to hold once it's before the full body. That way it's before all 9 of us. I don't see any need to expound upon what I've previously stated, other than to note that there's been somewhat of a spree of car break-ins in the city as of late, which is concerning. And having more defense against that rather than less would certainly be ideal. Additionally, us passing anything tonight in no way impedes the General Assembly from action on their end. And obviously, any action by them would supersede any action by us. So regardless of whether or not we pass or do not pass anything tonight, the General Assembly's legislation, should they choose to introduce and pass it, will take precedence. So that being said, I move approval.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
All opposed?
Nay.
So this will go to the full council for consideration. Next, we have 2 items left, but if I'm not mistaken, we're going to pause so that we can move to the public hearing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a number of people here that are here for the public hearing. So if we could pause the ordinance committee, quickly call the public safeties committee, which will just come in here and move it to the full floor, and then we can start the public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 7:35 p.m. First up, acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on August 15, 2022.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
One item on the docket, that is PCO 20-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, Premier Land Development petitioner, Assessors Plat 322, lots 167, 168, 169, 182, and 183, 1795 Post Road. Councilman Howe, this is in Ward 3. Would you request a public hearing?
Move public hearing.
All right, we have the request. Do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
Move to open the public hearing.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Gonna give. Oh, yeah.
And move to adjourn meeting at 7:36 p.m.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to give the council members a minute to sit here. So we are now going to go on our agenda. We are back into the full council meeting. We are going to go under reference business number 1, PCO 20-22, which is the public hearing. So what we're going to ask is we're going to ask if there's someone here to present on behalf of this project. We will hear from those individuals. Then I will ask for any members of the council and then the public if they would like to speak in favor of this project. Then I will ask if there are members of the public or members of the council that would like to speak against this project. And then a third time, I will ask if there's anyone that would like to speak on the project for or against, just to have their thoughts on the record. So that's the map that we are going to go with tonight. So at this time, I call PCO 20-22, committee report, public properties.
Move to open public hearing.
The second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Howe, and Councilwoman Travis. All those in favor of opening the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Hearing none, we will start the public hearing. I am going to ask that each individual who speaks, please speak directly into the microphone. Identify yourself for the record, and please speak as slowly and clearly as possible. We have a stenographer here this evening as well. So good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. President, honorable members of the Warwick City Council. For the record, Attorney K. Joseph Scacci, representing the applicant tonight, DNC Holdings LLC. If you would indulge me for just a moment, I'd like to get the engineer to put the easels up, and so I put a site plan, the public can see it, and the council can see it. It'll take 1 minute, Mr. President. While he's doing that, I would like to take the council through a brief history of this particular property and the permitting process. Can you open it up, please? And thank you, Len. With me tonight, I have Depreet Engineering. I am waiting for Mr. Paul Bannon, and I also have Mr. Ed Pimento, land use expert, all here to answer any questions that the council, the public may have. Watch the other side too, both sides. Let me show them the plan. That's good. So this is the old Carvel ice cream, which has had many reiterations, became the Office and Ozzy's Burger at one time. I don't know the order of it, but it was a short version, a public nuisance, and ultimately closed. My client purchased the property, and then he is under contract with RIAC to purchase the land in the back that is owned by RIAC with stipulations for a zone change for commercial zoning, which would allow my client to redevelop the site into what we're proposing, which would be a financial institution and another retail use. The project, as you see today, and you should have application in your packet, it has received a favorable recommendation from the planning department and has received planning board approval. The application before you tonight includes an addendum dated August 17th, which is part of the application, asking for exemptions to landscaping, screening, dimensional regulations, et cetera. It's all part of the application. I just call that out so everyone understands it. What we're proposing, I'll turn this around to show the council, because I know that the public has seen this. We've had numerous meetings. But what we are proposing is this back parcel here with the red line be left open space in perpetuity and would deed restrict it as well. We are offering it to the city or a land trust or whoever wants it. If not, my client will own it, continue to own it, maintain it. There would be a restriction on there. There could never be any building on it. This would allow a buffer for the neighborhood, and this would allow for extra landscaping and green space. The rest of that parcel would be used for parking, a drive-through for the financial institution, and landscaping. The project still is going to require planning board approval. Preliminary approval will still need to obtain our DEM underground storage approvals and our DOT physical alteration permits. I'd be happy, that's the gist of it, to call upon Len Bradley from Depreet or somebody from Depreet to go through any of the fine details on it. And then I'm not going to call him tonight because he has submitted a report. The report is part of the package, but Mr. Ed Pimento was here to answer any questions that the council or the public may have. But I'd like to call Len Bradley from Depreet or Dana, one of you two, whoever's going to come up. This plan is slightly different than what was presented before council. We have increased the open space from what the planning board saw slightly, and it's more open space. We actually shrunk down the land that we're going to use for the commercial development in the front and changed the lot line so there'd be more open space. Len, why don't you just simply explain to the council, identify yourself for the record, and just please give your Rhode Island PE number as well.
Thank you, Mr. Shikachi. For the record, my name is Leonard Bradley Jr. I am a registered professional engineer, the state of Rhode Island, registration number 6610. I've been practicing engineering in Rhode Island for over 30 years. I'm currently a principal at Depreet Engineering. I'm going to turn the board around if that's okay, if it suits the council. So as I'm sure you're aware, the site today is a combination of existing development along Post Road, which is the Carvel site. The building sits generally center mass where we're proposing parking, and then there's open space, wooded area behind it that's a subject of the zone change. So our development proposal would be to raise the existing building, to remove the existing pavement and completely rebuild the site and develop a new building which would house a bank and prospective office or retail use. So the bank is located on the south side of the site. The prospective retail use would be on the north side of the site. Today, there's two existing driveway entrances off of Pell Ave and off of Guilford. Our proposal would be that we would close the Pell Ave entrance completely. We propose a new intersection, a new driveway opening at the intersection, and we'd redesign and close up a portion of the Guilford Ave to make it much narrower to restrict egress from the site. We've already had preliminary meetings with DOT on the new entrance. At this stage, we would still have to do further engineering and further design. As Mr. Sakachi indicated, we'd have to get approval from DOT in the form of a physical alteration permit application. But the notion would be that our main egress would become this new driveway off of Post Road. From a circulation perspective, because of the proposed bank, there'd be a drive-through window behind the building. So we have a counterclockwise one-way circulation for customers to basically come in, circle around the building, and go to the drive-through teller windows. There's also an emergency bypass as well. So anyone that decides that they need to bypass the bank teller window, they can go around and not get caught in the queue. There's still a lot of engineering work to do, as typical at this stage of the project, but the site will be designed to comply with the city's land development ordinances, as well as the Department of Environmental Management stormwater regulations. So we envision combination of above ground and below ground drainage systems to handle the stormwater from the site. So there'll be no increase in stormwater off the property onto abutting properties. We'll also be designing a lighting plan to make sure that the site is properly lit, but not be a nuisance to the neighbors, and will comply with the city's ordinance on lighting as well. So,
Explain the difference in the open space. Can you explain the difference in the open space, the increase from the planning board decision to tonight, please?
Certainly. So this red line you see on the plan is a proposed lot line. Today, this property is made up of multiple lots. We're proposing to merge them together and create two lots. One would be the lot for the development, which was on the Post Road side of the site. The other would be on the west side or the rear side, and that would essentially be an open space lot. So that red line is the proposed location. We will be installing a fence on the retail property, the bank property, which would be set probably about 10 feet off of that property line. There'll be additional landscape buffering as well, so that you have a visual barrier there between the open space, the neighbors to the west, and our development.
Thank you. If anyone has any questions for Mr. Bradley, and
thank you.
Through the president, I believe there is a question.
Hold on, please. I'd like to get the planning director to weigh in on their comments, and then I'm going to go to Councilman Howe first as the councilman.
Good evening, City Planning Director Tom Kravitz. I always introduce myself. Tonight's the one night I didn't do it, and you had a comment about that, so. The only, I agree with everything I've heard. The one thing would be the ownership of the property. When, getting comment from DPW, it's difficult to maintain the things, the open spaces we need to maintain now. So it was the planning board's desire to keep the property in private ownership with the open space restriction to keep it open space. That would be what the planning board wants. That's what they're going to ask for at preliminary. But otherwise, it's entirely accurate.
Thank you, Director. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. I would like to state that this process, and I want to give my colleagues a very brief history of the process of this property. As we're all aware, that is the infamous Carvel site, right at one of the busiest intersections in the state, adjacent to the busiest road in the state, Airport Road. In an area zoned for commercial and zoned for an airport. In 2017, when I first was sworn in onto this council, one of the first meetings I had to do with, then after Carvel, it became a restaurant/bar. That restaurant/bar had extended hours, as you can imagine, because that is the purpose of a restaurant/bar. There were some issues with the parking, so a comment was made by me off the cuff, where there was the residents and the owner of the bar having disagreements. And I said, well, wouldn't it be nice if we could have a bank put there? And I remember one of the residents specifically saying, boy, I would absolutely love it if a bank was put there. Oh, wow, that would be great. No more 1 a.m. And, fast forward. And also the property behind was what we thought was RIAC at the time, or I thought was RIAC, was owned by DOT, as was mentioned by Mr. Sakarchi. The area behind there was just this blank space. So both the FAA authorized RIAC to put that property up for auction, and DOT authorized it too. And then, of course, the owner of the Carvel site also sold his. So the two auctions, which was identified in the paper also, were put up for auction and they were purchased. I would say some time ago, the conversation started between the planning department, the developer, and the community. And I can tell you that we had a meeting, they had a public meeting that I couldn't attend because I already had a previous engagement, where the mayor attended, and he explained the process of the planning department. We also had a meeting in the city hall that that we hosted. The mayor, myself, the planning director, and where we sat down with residents of the community to discuss the concerns and explain the process. This project has gone through the entire process through the planning department. I strongly believe that the community has been heard, the neighborhood has been heard. The fact that a business is purchasing both lots, and as we heard, the Dupree Engineering state, as well as Mr. Sakarchi state, they are leaving an area that one of the specific asks of the community was to have an open space, and the developer is honoring that. And the developer is also listening very carefully and honoring the traffic challenges that go with a business being right on one of the most busiest intersections as well as busiest roads. I have to commend the planning department, the developer, as well as the outreach by Mr. Sakarchi, and I commend the community for being involved. This was a long, tedious process, but definitely everyone was listened to. The process was done correctly. I commend the fact that we're going to see an area that right now is an abandoned building with chains going on their parking lot and weeds growing through their walls and weeds growing all on the side of the property. The fact that we're looking at this getting redeveloped once again in a high visibility area of Warwick is amazing. And I think that if you look at the best option for that zoned business area, that zoned commercial area of a bank, you can't ask for better. And so I want to tell my colleagues that this long process that started in 2017, and even before that, when it was a bar, it's come a long way, and that was from the work of all the players. And I am very much for this development. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sicarchi and Mr. Kravitz.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. And this is a very Rhode Island project. We keep calling it the Carvel site. It hasn't been Carvel in how long? But
20 years.
Councilman Sinapi.
So I definitely would love to see this site put to use. I'm quite tired of it being dilapidated. My main concern is traffic, given the area already and given the proposed design. But that being said, there are stipulations directly on the traffic. So one way or another, my concerns will be addressed either later or as a result of the project not going forward. So I don't have any issues.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Scaccia, I don't know if you want to answer the question or one of your colleagues. How large in square feet is the entire parcel?
I'll defer to the engineer, Len Bradley. I believe it's on the plan, which should be in your packet, but we'll give you that information so everybody can hear it. I think it's about 1.5 acres, but let's wait for the engineer.
1.5.
1.5 it is.
So use around number 65,000 square feet, something of that nature. And how much in square footage has been allocated with the additional space that you've included? How much square footage does that encompass?
Can you be a little bit more specific? You mean how much is the open space?
The square footage beyond the red, from the red line up.
Okay, just a moment. About 7,800 is open space. Size roughly a residential lot.
So,
I'm sorry, I'm being corrected here. Do you have a number? We added more. That was the old number. We added more to that. $12,000. It's being 12,000 of that.
So the reason I've asked those questions, as a business person, when I make an investment, I make that investment predicated on my anticipated returns. What the value of that particular item is today, what can I do with it? Can I make money with it? Can I make money with it? And typically, when you make an investment, you've got a certain anticipation of what that property is going to be able to produce for you, and what the costs are associated with that property, et cetera. To say that this location in its current, in its previous forms, has been just an embarrassment for a very, very long time is an understatement. Certainly not being utilized to its potential. Now, what I'm hearing is you have a developer, business person, buys this piece of land and is willing to donate, in a sense, donate close to, somebody tell me the number, it's about 18% of your square footage to open space. I doubt when this developer, and I have no idea who this developer is in terms of knowing this person, company, whatever, but I would doubt that when this business investment was made, there was an anticipation of donating or losing or isolating 18% of the use of your investment. That, to me, is very, very important in the decision that I'm going to make towards this particular property. I think in perpetuity, committing 18% of your investment to open space, to be a good neighbor, to be a partner, to be willing to negotiate and compromise, and essentially not asking anything in return, I'm very comfortable with that. And for those reasons, along with other simple business principles that I have, I will be supporting this. And I think it's a very good concession by this developer. I know I certainly wouldn't want to give away 18% of one of my assets. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Speaking from my own experience as chair of the Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs Committee for nearly the last 4 years now, and 2 years on the City Council before then, we've seen a lot of different developments come up in front of us for review. Otherwise, in my life, in my day job, I've represented developers on occasion, and I've also represented neighbors who are opposing or objecting to developers' proposals. So I have seen both sides of a lot of different projects that some are more similar to this than others. I'll put it that way. When I take a look at this proposal in its totality, and from what I know about the site itself, from someone who's lived in Warwick for pretty much my whole life, I believe I got a birthday cake or two from the Carvel when I was a kid, and I certainly went to the restaurants there on occasion when it was a restaurant. I remember attending at least one event there where I was driving through the neighborhood, found a place to park that I didn't think was obstructing anyone, and then as I walk out, I still get the dirty looks from the neighbors. And then after that, I ended up parking across the street and making my way across Post Road to get to that location. Suffice to say, it's not an ideal location for a restaurant or high volume traffic. I suppose before I go further, a quick question for the record. As of the present time, if hypothetically the applicant were to change their minds and not proceed with this, would they have the right under the current zoning to have some sort of restaurant, fast food sort of establishment at the present location?
There's a lot of hypotheticals there, but I'll give you my best shot. I think that they could, in theory, reopen the present structure as a type of a restaurant that it operated before that sold food and liquor. I don't think they can expand it. I don't think they could change it. They could not put a drive-through. They couldn't do a lot of things there, but they could reopen it in theory. I would probably defer to Mr. Kravitz and the city. And that's only from a zoning perspective. I have no idea what the fire codes are or the safety codes. I don't pretend to be an engineer. So, but from a zoning perspective, they could reopen a similar type facility. Not that anyone would want to or should, but in theory, that those rights still exist there.
Thank you. And that's something that I would generally agree with too. It's not something that anybody is proposing or anybody wants to do here from everything that I've heard and everything I understand. But when it comes to land use and private property rights, I think that that's something that we all have to keep in mind is if this property can't be used for the new proposed use, then what exactly is the alternative? Because when we are talking about private land commercial land especially, there is an expectation that the property owner is going to make money from that land. And so, in light of my previous experience, my familiarity with the area, though certainly not nearly the familiarity that Councilman Howe has, I think that this is really an outstanding compromise here. It's an outstanding proposal. Councilman Lattiser had brought up about how this 12,000 square feet dedicated for open space, that's a significant share of the total property there. And I can only imagine what some of the other alternatives could have potentially been, whether that's a matter of plopping down an additional house or additional commercial property. That's something that obviously we don't have to get into now because having that 12,000 square feet of open space is clearly a benefit to the neighbors and to the city compared to really any other alternative for that 12,000 square feet of open space. This has obviously been a very long road to get here, and as someone who has some experience, some background in this area, I would have to commend the planning director and planning department, our city councilor, Tim Howe, and of course, the applicant and their team for, I can only imagine, I was not there for this process. I'm just here reviewing some of these documents and these stipulations at the tail end of all of this. But seeing where it ended up, it is just really impressive how much the applicant has been willing to be flexible in order to come before us, the city council, tonight with something that I, for one, would be comfortable with.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members of the council have any questions at this time? Okay, we're going to open it up to members of the public. The way we're going to do this is we're going to ask people if they would like to speak in favor to come up first. Just line up, and the Sergeant of Arms will help you at the microphone. Then we're going to ask if there's anyone here to speak against. And then we're going to ask if anyone would like to speak on the topic one way or the other, or just have their thoughts be on the record. So is there anybody here this evening that would like to speak in favor of this project, PCO 20-22? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this project, PCO 20-22? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this project, PCO 20-22? Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak against this project, PCO 20-22? Just take your time and come on down to the microphone, and the Sergeant of Arms will set you up, and all you have to do is identify yourself for the record.
Hello, my name is Barbara Vieira. I live on Guilford Drive. I'm like 2 houses down where this development is going on. I moved here in the early 90s. The houses were already gone. There was 2 houses that were on the Pell side that the airport took down after they did their soundproofing. It was a promise that they were going to keep that land blank, not do anything with it. They've been very kind, keeping up with the mowing of the lawns and all that, kept everything nice. And now I find out this is my first time I've received this. I've seen people meeting on the block down there. I've been involved with 2 groups of people finding out that this is going to happen. I'm not for it. I'm totally against it. I'm not happy that the airport did this, and then they just sold the land for really a small amount of money. You're talking about, oh, we're getting 18% of this little bit of property that they're donating to us. I think it's crap. I'd rather see it become houses again. I know years ago there was a plane that crashed there.
and that's why the airport bought the property. They took that promise away. They sold it to really cheap money to some developer, and now they want to put a bank there and take all that property away. I personally rather see it become houses again. I want my property value. For what they're doing, and they keep changing what they're going to do there, I'm not for it. They have the property, the parking lots to come out in front. That intersection's already a mess. And then they're going to have it on the side where Guilford Drive is. Nothing on Pell, just on Guilford Drive, coming in and out. It's already a mess with this man's company, the window place. It's already hard for them to get in and out, along with our own traffic. Now they're going to have more traffic coming in and out of that intersection. It's hell in the wintertime with the snow and everything else. I'm not for this. I'm totally against it. I'd rather it stay the way it is or put homes back there. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next up, just please identify yourself for the record and speak right into the microphone, please.
Can I move in? Okay, I'm Kim Ouimet. I live at 24 Guilford Drive, which is directly across from the wooded area that I've been looking at for 20 years now. I have 2 children that have grown up there, with a couple of kids in the audience that have grown up there together. I really don't even know where to start. I heard so much information from the board, kind of made my head spin. I guess I'll start with a couple of comments that how our councilman had said. Back in 2017, when you became councilman, I had already been fighting. I made Ozzy's known. It was known that we did not want Ozzy's there because of the management that it had. I fought for no parking signs on my street on one side because our buses couldn't get down the street. Emergency personnel couldn't get down the street. Years later, after parties for political people double parked, we had to come and ask for no parking at all in the street on Pell to keep our neighborhood safe. Recently, just Rhode Island Home Improvement has been using that lot for 3 years. And I do want to say it is an eyesore and we do need to change it. We're not against that at all. We're against safety. The red light is okay. I've been trying to change the, I'm all over the place. I'm so sorry. Hold on, let me open my notes. So Rhode Island Home Improvement's entrance is the same as the entrance that they want to keep at the end of our road. Rhode Island Home Improvement parks not inside their spot, but on the side. You cannot, when you're coming, you can't even make a swing. We have since day one, I will say that we have worked together. We're not saying we haven't. The plans change every time we meet, every time. It was known that we couldn't close off Pell and open up Guilford. People would loop around. We had that problem with Ozzy's a lot. They're going to skip the red light and they're going to loop around. That's why there's 2 entrances there now. So closing off one isn't helping the neighborhood. Closing off both and just going in and out the front, if that's what they were going to do. But I have been working with DOT, I have to put my glasses on, to try to make that intersection before this happened safer for my neighbor who has lived there for 54 years. She's 78. She was almost hit last year. I've been trying to get the traffic signals to stop. And DOT has told me, this is from DOT themselves just last week, that to have an inclusive traffic signal timing and phasing require the safety and efficient travel operations be considered. Most of the complaints and calls we get at the traffic signals are for too short or not enough green time, and to delay all traffic Both motorists and other road users, such as pedestrians, such would certainly increase the amount of time at least vehicular traffic has to wait each and every time a pedestrian presses the button, because I'm asking when the pedestrian pushes the button that the traffic stops, because the traffic does not stop there. You get just a few seconds and the traffic comes at you. And I think it's misleading to some of our elderly people that can't get across. And if you've tried to cross that road, it's very difficult. And he says, as he noted on the phone with me, because that intersection is already busy during peak travel periods, the motorists are already aggressive. And I'd expect a change that makes motorists wait longer would only increase and not decrease the occurrences of aggressive driving. So I can't get more time to cross the crosswalk for elderly and people traveling because of it would make aggressive driving, but we're going to add so they gave me 5 seconds to get across now, and they put up a sign. So I don't know how we can add a whole 20 to 30 seconds on if we can't add on for safety of the public to even get across that intersection. That's just on safety of walking our pedestrians. I've also talked to DOT about this red light. They didn't seem like to me that they were in agreement, and we still have not seen anything from DOT that has come out. We have a few other projects going on in that intersection coming up. We have the old Inn and Hope is going to be something, and we have something going on down Post Road that they're starting to pave the side roads, and I know that that neighborhood is having a problem as well with traffic cutting through. So back to leaving one entrance open at the end of the end of Guilford. It's just safety not going to work. No one can make the swing. Again, Rhode Island Home Improvement parks right there. We can't get trucks down. It's a very small, narrow street with no parking. That's what I had to say about the parking and the DOT. As for the building, when we first found out about this, I had already received a text from someone that had talked to our councilman that knew this was going on. We didn't know this was going on until we came home and found signs. What were they? Auction signs on the trees. I've reached out to him multiple times. I haven't talked to him yet. I missed one meeting that he went to. He has not come around to talk to the neighborhood at all. Obviously, we know that he's in favor of it, and that's fine, but we would have liked to talk to him, and maybe he could have helped us and everyone understand, instead of us all being here like, we don't have a chance to even, say our case pretty much, because it seems like, everyone's patting each other on the back. So anyway, we are all very nervous. We're losing privacy. We're losing our wooded area. It's wooded. It's not commercial. There's nothing commercial about it at all. We were promised, like my last neighbor said, that property would never be touched because it was inside of a neighborhood. We were all for working together, but the line kept getting further and further and further. And then the city said they would take care of it, and then they wouldn't take care of it. So I'm totally against this because we don't really know what's going to be there. We don't, I object to this. Oh my gosh, I have so much to say, but I can't. As for it being under contract with RIAC, I've always talked to RIAC. They've always been the ones in charge of that field. And for a comment that I heard that they had to put it up for sale, that's totally untrue. When Carvel went up for sale, underneath their description was the land behind our house. To help sell Carvel, it said, purchase this land. and make a bigger spot. So RIAC didn't go after them. It was a selling point, which we were told from the previous owners that he was trying to get it to make it a parking lot. Anyway, probably have a lot more to say, but I'm very nervous because a lot of stuff that I heard here tonight was just, yeah, I don't know. This is our neighborhood. It's a neighborhood. You live there. No one lives there, right? So, 20 years. I've been looking at a wooded lot. Now I'm going to look at the back of a dumpster. Why do they have to come that far back? Every other business on Post Road does not come that far back. And again, the intersection can't hold it. The parking, that's what, I just have one more thing to say. When we first started, the bank was supposed to be 25. And whatever was going on next door was going to be 25. And there were 35 parking spots, even though it was required 63. But then it went down to 28. On the second drawing, the bank was reduced from 2,500 to 2,240, and the office space became 2,800. So it increased by 40. And the second drawing still didn't say anything about the 35 spots. And it went from 28 to 26 parking spots. And that's 4 handicap, 2 for each building, and 22 spots available. So if we have maybe 6 people that work at the bank, we now only have 16 spots. And maybe if we have 4 to 10 people working at the retail, that only leaves us 6 spots. And we have no on-street parking in our neighborhood. So we don't know where all the cars would go for a bank and a retail. We were told only 1 building at the beginning, and then it turned to 2. It's not a big space, and we do appreciate him working with us. I don't even know what to say anymore. I feel like we already lost because everyone already knows, which we were already told. Everyone has been talking about it. It's just really sad because once this happens, the rest of the property is in airport and near the airport. It's going to happen. Hopefully, no one lives around there because this is coming to you, and it's inside our neighborhood. It's not on Post Road. It's not commercial. It's residential. It was residential. And that is unfair for the airport and the city to do that to our families. Thank you.
Thank you. The next individual. Good evening, sir.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for your time, everyone. My name is Harold Ouimet. I live at 24 Guilford Drive. That was my wife. How you doing, Councilman Howe? It's nice to finally look at you and meet you. I love the way you say you put all this work in, but this is the first time I've ever met you. Who did you talk to? I'd like to know.
Continue.
Sir, we're just having your comments at this time.
Oh, okay. I think I feel foolish and I'm embarrassed. I think my wife and I have been very naive through this process. Maybe we haven't done the right things. I'm not sure. About September or something, we get a call from a friend of ours that Councilman Howe is out telling people there's going to be a bank there across the street from our house. Our friend calls us and tells us that. A few weeks after our friend calls us and tells us that, then the signs go up for an auction. So he knew Bay Coast Bank was going to be there before it was even auctioned off. I wonder how. And then what do we have? We got letters from DOT. The signs appear. We argue. They took down the signs right away. Being in the state of Rhode Island, there you go. Being in the state of Rhode Island my whole life, I'm kind of aware of how it works. We all know each other. Everybody knows everybody, and everybody works together to get things done. It's a very nice thing sometimes, but then sometimes it's not. Then sometimes everybody works with everybody behind the scenes, and the people who live in Warwick for 20 years, the taxpayers, they have no voice. So we go to the auction, and when I recorded the auction, and after I asked around people like what's happening, who are the players involved, I asked questions about them, about people that I know, and they said, they said that Mr. Corsair is a very wealthy man, very well-connected man, just like he has himself told me. He's done business projects like this up and down the Northeast. Fine. We're so against it. So when we record the auction, the lady behind the auction desk is standing here. There's people around in the lot standing there to do the auction, And there's people with their tags, they all have their numbers in their hands. They're all standing there getting ready to do the auction. The lady goes through the preliminary auction stuff she has to say. And then she says, $400,000. $400,000. Nobody wants it. $400,000. Then she looks at Mr. Corsetti, says, it's not going south from here. And then Mr. Corsetti unzips his jacket and pulls out his number and makes the bid. First, I'm from Rhode Island. That looks a little fishy to me. We talk to the planning board members. We talk to the mayor. We all have a meeting. The mayor comes down to the meeting. We all stand there and talk. They ask us to voice our concerns. We voice our concerns. They tell us about the process and how things are happening. They keep telling us throughout this time when we call there, totally worried because this is our home we lived in for 20 years. Like, oh my God, what's going to happen? Don't worry. If anything's going to go through, we're going to tell you. We'll inform you about the meetings. We'll inform you about the hearings, and we'll inform you of everything. Okay. So we go out. We have the meeting inside the office, the old building. They bring an idea of what a proposal of what can be. We look at it. We go in the back, and they guarantee us, Mr. Corsetti, the mayor, they stand there at the telephone pole that we all walk to, and they say it's not going to come past this line. So, being there 20 years, seeing the blight when you drive by Airport Road, the most traveled intersection in the state of Rhode Island. And with Warwick, we should have better than that. People coming in from the airport. I totally agree with that. But I don't agree with the way it's going down. And we went to meetings. We talked to Mr. Garcetti. They told us not past the pole. We went to the planning meeting, the master planning meeting, and we spoke, and we got a chance to say things. We heard some things. Everything was sounding okay. And then we talked about the telephone pole that the mayor and Mr. Garcetti said they would not go past. We pointed it out there. We tried to walk up to the screen and talk and point it out. And then the engineering, the woman from the engineering company came up and said, you know, I can see the shadow of that pole. And that pole is really just 5 feet, the line just 5 feet past that pole. So we had a we were upset. We were talking about it. It was a big, stressful situation at the planning board meeting, but we all agreed that, hey, you know what? We don't want to have blight in the neighborhood. We know we want to work with the developer and have something done here. So then they say, you know what? Make sure you have a meeting, have the engineering company go out there and stake it out, and we'll show exactly where our proposal is. And this way you guys can see, and you'll see it's only 5 feet past the pole. So of course we talk, we have our meeting planned. So we talk, we have our meeting planned, so they can have engineers come out there and show us how far past the pole they're gonna go. We're at a planning board meeting, and it's a big problem. So we say, don't worry about it, this is a fix. And we're saying, you know what, maybe we're in the planning board meeting, and they're seeing that they're gonna work with us, and they're gonna send somebody out there, and they're gonna stake out the things. And every day that I get up, I have anxiety in my chest, because this is my home, and I don't know what's gonna happen. Every day. So when they say they're going to do a meeting, right? And I go to that meeting, and who shows up? Lou who works for the company, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. That's it. That's who shows up. To what? What for? To tell me everything's pie in the sky still? That everybody's slapping, congratulating everybody, what a great job you guys are all doing? Meanwhile, they tell us, don't worry about this, and then this changes. Don't worry about this, and then this changes. No one's telling us the truth. Please wait until the DOT gives a rendering of what can happen for the intersection. Please let the studies be done first before you approve this. We can postpone this. We can wait a little while. We can make sure those DOT studies come in first so we know what the impact is on the intersection and the neighborhood. We can have them first before we have to go this step. I think we're going too fast. And all I can see is getting rolled over. The councilman I've never spoken to, he's never come down and talked to us about it. He knew about the Bay Coast Bank before the signs even went up. What? I don't understand that. I'm so confused by this whole situation. And the funniest thing is, I'm a Rhode Island State Constable. I do work for maybe 100 different lawyers. We're in Rhode Island. I've been a constable for 18 years, I mean 19 years now. I can't find somebody who will go against the speaker. So I'm looking at you guys to stand up. Let's postpone this. Let's figure out what's really going on, and then we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up.
How you doing? Scott Coleman, 43 Guilford Drive. Again, I've like them. I've been there for 20 years. My problem with the plan and everything was well, first of all, I got the paper like Barbara did last week, the first time. We've actually gotten the paper that there was a meeting, but I did attend a couple of meetings earlier, and one of the very first meetings I went to, the plan's out in front of us, and the mayor is there. And this is where, for me, all this dishonesty started. The mayor said, "I've never seen the plans." So I took his word for it that he had never seen the plans. And afterwards, the mayor walked up to one of, I don't know if it was him or one of the guys that was there with him, and said, "Wow, this plan's different than what I had originally, different than what you're showing me." So obviously the mayor right off the bat had already seen the plan, which I don't know. That just threw me for a loop right there. And being that I've lived there for 20 years, I can't even tell you how many accidents have happened out in front of right there. I mean, it's a weekly occurrence. A serious accident happens, including my wife got in an accident right there. My car got destroyed. And I think Barbara's niece got hit right there. I mean, it's just constant right there. And now we're going to put an intersection we're going to put an entrance right in the middle of an intersection that you already can't get through. I drive a truck. I drive a pickup truck. And I got to tell you, it is a struggle for me every day to get into my street if there's a car parked. If they're not parked, because it's not Rhode Island improved, it's the street is too small. So if there's a car waiting to come out, which now if this bank goes in is going to be there all the time because that's the only exit, basically, I will no longer be able to go down my street to get to my house. I'll have to loop down either Pell or I'll have to come from the other direction. I mean, it's stupid. I have a boat. I mean, my boat's not going down that street ever again once this opens up. I'll have to figure out how to do the loop, which a lot of people are going to do now. They're going to loop around to beat all that traffic. I have a child, 12-year-old. I play in that little park almost every night. We play soccer over there. That's not going to happen as much anymore. I agree with your statement that it was kind of nice that he gave us that space, but you can't take, if I had 50 baseballs in front of me and you take away the 50 baseballs and then you hand me back 10 and say, "Look, I gave you 10 back." I mean, that logic just doesn't work for me. So, like I said, I'm completely opposed to it. I mean, I got to be honest, if it goes in, I mean, we're going to have to sell out because I can't live on that street like that. And it's residential. I mean, the lot behind is residential. I don't even know why it's a discussion. I mean, put in 4-6 houses, charge $500,000 each house and call it a day. I mean, the market's great, get it before everything goes down. But I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. And again, I don't even believe that this is the real plan. I mean, the architect didn't even know how much square footage he had. I mean, I'm a businessman. I know how much square footage is in my building. I mean, come on, it doesn't even make sense. He couldn't even open the easel. So I'm just not for it. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here tonight that would like to speak against this project? Is there anyone else here that would like to speak against this project? Is there anyone here that would like to speak in this project at all? Just having their voice on the record. Come on up, sir.
I'm going to turn this around so that you can see it too. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can see my side. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dennis Paolucci, and I live at 30 Pell Avenue. Before I address the city fathers and state my business, I would like to recognize a few people that got us where we are today. First, I would like to thank all my neighbors on Pell Avenue, on Guilford Drive, Airway Road, and the rest of Hillsgrove. Our neighbor, John Ritchie, who was all about the neighborhood. Warwick Beacon's John Howell, who has covered this story so far and has not skipped a beat, and all his readers. Last but not least, I would like to thank and extend a warm welcome to our new neighbors, Lou Marandola, David Corsetti, there you go, who have come to the table countless amounts of times, and their lawyer, Joseph Sakachi, who has gone above and beyond to make this project work out between the developers and the neighborhood. As a collective group, a community, a neighborhood, we feel strongly that it is the best that the land buffer on plot 322 that the developer is willing to give as open space be zoned open space. Like discussed and pushed forward at the first meeting in front of the planning board, nothing less. If the planning board found that to be the remedy to the situation, then that must mean something to the council. The city will make a lot of money off this development within its first year and make plenty off taxes from us. It does not need this small piece of land to milk too. These are our homes that will be affected by a commercial zoning that will go right up to our property lines. Bad enough that the traffic will affect our neighborhood. Personally, my house, 30 Pell Avenue, right here, will be affected the most, seeing how the commercial zoning will touch my land at 3 points. This post right here, this post right here, and along the back. We cannot lose out because the city wants to make money. We are sick of hearing, well, you live near the airport. That's not true. We were here first. These are our homes, number one. And my family, like others on my street, have been in Hillsgrove before the airport. What it is now, and that's what it all, we were here before the airport. And what it is now is what I'm trying to say. And that's what this all boils down to. The airport wants to now give up land that it once deemed what one could call unfertile, and the city now wants to make money on it. But what about us? What about the people that lost their homes because at the time the land was no good? Now for big profit, it's okay. Why are we being forgotten? I will not let what my family worked so hard for and has been in the same spot for 50 plus years go to waste. We have lived in a residential area our whole lives. We want something that we can have permanently and be able to keep enjoying. It will be small, but it will be something for us. We can walk dogs, the children can play ball. If this becomes commercial, right up to my land and my neighbors behind me, the powers in the back, you can see them over here. They live on Guilford. I live on Pell. Where were they? Behind my house. They would be worth it. We want something that we can have permanently and be able to keep enjoying. It will be small, but it will be something for us. We can walk our dogs. Commercial right up to my property. Sorry, I lost myself when I turned away. Just because there is a bigger image, the city century, this does not mean that the surrounding neighborhood will be benefiting. The council has to remember that a lot of these developments that are happening or are in the future are on land that is situated in neighborhoods that the airport took. Again, this is not a benefit. We want the council to take this into serious consideration because this is no joke. We're scared. We have gone through a lot, and we are not asking for a lot. Just because the city is going to make plenty off this, that does not mean we have to lose out. We want open space, we want something permanent, and we want the city to recognize everything we have done and gone through the past 2 years. We are asking for footage, not acreage. If it comes down to us taking care of it, then so be it. This would not be reflected through commercial with residential restrictions. This has caused us a lot of headaches and troubles, and we are not coming back here in front of the council for the whole process again later down the road. Now the fate of our homes lies in the council's hands. Please think of us first. This is what we want, and we want our elected officials to reflect that in their decision-making here tonight. Thank you very much for listening, and have a good night. I just have to say one last thing too, because I put this in there. Everything here that I have stated is contingent on the fact that if all of us can come into agreement on the final plan, okay? We have to come into this as a neighborhood. Obviously, you can see that my neighbors here are scared. Notice how I came up last. I'm not for, I'm not against, I came up last. I'm just flying straight, because you know why? I want to see the good in this project. I want to be able to work with these gentlemen. But also, I grew up with all of these neighbors over here. I grew up with all my neighbors' kids. We all ate dirt together, okay? And that goes back a long way, all right? Please, keep us in your thoughts when you're making your decisions on this project, okay? Thank you very much, council. I respect you for having us here tonight, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to be heard on this project? Is there any other members of the public that would like to be heard on this project? Okay, hearing none, Councilman Foley.
I move to close public hearing.
Do we have a second? A second by Councilman Lannister. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so now we're back to the full council on this. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm again going to address my colleagues and even the constituents out there, the citizens. There was some strong words said, some personal attacks, and I'm going to tell you, the very first meeting, and I'm going to put this on the record because those comments were put on the record. The very first meeting that was requested by the community, I made it very clear, my wife and I had a charitable dinner that night of the meeting. Mayor Picozzi went in my stay. He volunteered to go to the meeting in my stay, and he explained that at the meeting. Number two, because I missed that meeting, I put out an olive branch, or not an olive branch, I apologize. I reached out when there was a request for another meeting by the gentleman who just spoke, Dennis, and myself, the planning director, and the mayor, once again, met in City Hall for over an hour and a half, and we discussed all issues that the concerns they had, and one of the big ones was open space. And the one thing I kept beating the drum on, as from our experience here, is when you go to planning and the process of the planning department goes, you have the right to mention that. You have the right to say that. Now, as far as the comments that I take very personally, because, you know, the word corruption and no one stands up to the speaker, and I'm in Rhode Island, that is absolutely hogwash. The fact of the matter is, I was quoted in the Beacon when this was first being told, and you notice the sentence began with, I got a call from a neighbor. The fact of the matter is when I met with the speakers previously, that yes, we met, and yes, we have spoke on the phone, especially when I mentioned 2017, the concern was the parking and the safety. The concern was because cones would be put on both sides of the road before any no parking signs were put up. Cones were on. So then we authorized traffic studies. And what I said was, the concern from the residents was they're open till 1 in the morning and Lord only knows what they're doing. And then they go into that open space and we're finding syringes and we're finding this and we're finding that. And I said, okay, I understand. But maybe one day, best case scenario, there'll be a bank. I said that in 2017, best case scenario, there'll be a bank. And I repeated those comments when I guess it was brought up, hey, this site is going to be, rumor has it the site's going up for auction. And I said, man, fingers crossed, best case scenario a bank. And lo and behold, it's a bank. Shame on me for saying best case scenario and hoping for the best in my eyes. So I don't appreciate the comments. They're very inaccurate. I did meet with the community. I've spoken to the people on the phone. If someone didn't call me personally, I don't know what to say, but I'm not going to go pounding on doors in every single door saying, hey, come see me when I'm putting out the information. The fact of the matter is, moving forward, this project went through the correct planning. As you heard the constituents say, they met with the mayor. It wasn't mentioned they met with me, but Dennis, we met and we spoke on the phone numerous times. I know I've spoken to the first speaker against it. We've met. We talked about it. The concerns were listened to. One of the big things was open space. They're getting open space. It's being addressed. The developer is doing what they have to do. It is my job to follow the planning board's recommendation, to listen to the citizens, but in this whole process, the city, and I want to assure all my colleagues, the city has been listening, has been involved. The planning department, the developer, the mayor of this property, the concern in this property has been personally involved, and I have been involved. If I didn't beat a drum loud enough, that's unfortunate, but we've been involved. And the notion about corruption and the notion about I knew something beforehand, that's just absurd. That's absurd and ignorant. So I, once again, endorse and ask for favorable action on this development. It'll tear down an old building, it'll develop, and it'll give the community an open space, which was, from the whole beginning, one of the big concerns that was mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. And I can also say that I've known Councilman Howe for a number of years. I know the hard work that he puts in for not only his constituents, but the entire city. And we all try to meet with as many people as possible and hear from as many people. And I believe that the councilman for each project, not just this project, goes above and beyond. Like he said, he was unable to attend a meeting and he asked the mayor to represent and go in, and it's a testament to the mayor to do that as well. He wanted to make sure that people were hearing directly from the constituents, were speaking directly to the city. So I can say that I know Councilman Howe, and I know that he is a hard worker, and he does his absolute best to reach as many people as possible. And it's impossible to speak to every single person on every single issue. You try your hardest. And I know he mentioned half the people he already spoke to that spoke this evening. And I just want to say that as well, Councilman, I know the hard work that you do for your constituents, and I think that you should be proud of the way you represent the city of Warwick. So thank you, Councilman Howe. Councilman Ricks.
I'm thinking that it might be helpful to have a little perspective on this. Taking a big step back, one of the things that makes America great is freedom of speech, the ability to come up and speak your mind, have your grievances addressed. That's something that they don't have in a lot of countries. Something else that they don't value in all the different countries around the world in the past or now is property. So in the Declaration of Independence, we got some flowery language about life, liberty, and, wait for it, the pursuit of happiness. Well, we can't make the pursuit of happiness the law of the land. You ask a room full of people, what's the pursuit of happiness? And you get a room full of answers. No. When we sat down, when the framers sat down, drafted the Constitution, they gave the people the rights of life, liberty, and property. Now, that's very real for me and my family, because before my family emigrated to the United States back in 1968, some decades before then, in the 1940s, when my great-grandparents and my grandmother lived in Yugoslavia, they owned property. They had their house, they had a farm, and they had a bar. Then the communists, they came to power. What property? Oh, it's everyone's property now. Yeah, my family, they lost their property. And so when I hear people have frustration and expressing their First Amendment rights, as you should, let's not hyperbolize things here and say that we're losing our land. No one is taking away anyone's house here. What's happening is this is a lot that is separate from the lots that the houses are on. It went up for public auction, and I don't know if other bids were put in, but what ended up happening was a developer purchased that land. I've had not the same situation, but I've had situations where I was looking at a piece of property that I'd like to buy. Well, somebody outbid me, or I saw the numbers coming in. There was no way that I could match that kind of a number. But when someone buys a piece of property, we have standards in Warwick, and those standards, they have to be enforced objectively. That often means that there can be some wiggle room here and there, and that's where the planning department, the city council, especially the city councilor for that area, and everyone should come to the table, try to get things to work out. And there are absolutely protections for neighbors. So looking over this list of 18 different stipulations, that if this council takes action tonight, all 18 of those stipulations must be followed. And some of them, there's multiple subpoints on each one. For example, paragraph 12 on the bottom of the second page, which continues on to the third page. This has to do with the installation of a solid fence or evergreen plantings, as well as other landscape enhancements. Basically having a whole landscape plan that meets Warwick's standards. This is actually a lot better, a huge improvement over a lot of neighbors who they have their residences just behind businesses along Post Road. As a city councilman for Ward 2, I see a lot of complaints from some neighbors where business will pretty much literally have a dumpster against a fence, something like 15 feet from a house. Well, all of that was done way before Warwick adopted these different zoning rules, and it's a shame that the zoning rules didn't exist decades and decades ago, but that was the situation then. Unfortunately, that situation for those particular neighbors isn't going to change, but what's going to happen here is something far better, because in recent decades, Warwick has adopted these different protections to make sure that you don't have nothing but a chain link fence separating you from a commercial property or the like, with a dumpster immediately up against it, causing all sorts of problems. There's also stipulations in here that the tenant, commercial tenant that isn't a bank, has to be a, quote, low trip generator and not a fast food, or similar busy establishment. These are stipulations that they didn't have to be included. These are concessions. And so getting back to the guiding principles and the rules of what can and cannot be done with this type of property, we have to look at not just the rights of the neighbors, but also not look at simply what would our ideal be, but rather what has the developer brought to the table And does it conform to the established rules and ordinances that Warwick has established in line with the Rhode Island statutes, Rhode Island case law? It's done all of those things and made concessions on top of it. It's something that I can certainly acknowledge. Not everybody is going to be happy with the result. Everyone can imagine something that would be a little bit more ideal for them, but all property owners have rights. And we can't tell a property owner in blanket terms that this is what the city demands that you do with your land. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Howe, do you have a motion?
Yes, move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Lattiser. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. First passage of PCO 20-22. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues, I would like to move again the agenda before we go back into committees. I would like to do public comment, Rule 41. I want to give everybody an opportunity. Then we'll take a quick recess after public comment. Is there anyone else that would like to sign up for public comment this evening?
Tim, so how many people do you think live in that neighborhood?
Okay, thank you very much. We're back into the full council meeting. We've done the roll call, we've done a pledge of allegiance, we've done general communications. I'm just going to go down the line here. Executive communications, there are none. If we can get the acceptance of the minutes on October 3rd, motion, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable
Acceptance.
acceptance of minutes.
A second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor of accepting the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. We are now moving to public comment. This is Rule 41. After the general communications and prior to the consent calendar, at each city council public hearing meeting, there shall be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. The topics for comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during the public comment period. Public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent. There are two individuals that have signed up for public comment. The first one is Rob Cody.
Mr. President, is the second person still here, just for the record? It seems like everybody left.
Two people signed up, so we'll give both people the opportunity to speak.
Just checking if the person's not there, I'd like the extra time. If you could just check if the person's actually in the building.
I'm just saying that two people signed up, so I'm going to give
Can't
time
even
for
do
two
that.
people. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to give the council an update on a couple things. First, the Warwick firefighter lawsuit that's been acted. After we had 3 years of hidden documents that were relative with legal dispositions and legal opinions that were hidden for 3 years, this administration sat on it for 14 months and then filed a lawsuit, which in my opinion is defective, but I won't get into that now. However, I'm not sure if any of the council members know that the city also just filed a dismissal for the lawsuit. And it's really perplexing that in 14 months, the city filed a lawsuit and named 34 people in that lawsuit as defendants when those people didn't even work for the city of Warwick as employees. So we have 14 months of research, $225,000 of reports from YKSM, an itemized list of every person that was engaged in the untoward activity that absconded money from the city of Warwick, and 34 people that weren't employed by the city of Warwick are named as defendants. And so now the city had to file a dismissal against that. I know if I was named as a defendant in a lawsuit that has had so much public notoriety about it, because of the questionable activity and the chicanery that took place, I know that I'd be speaking to a lawyer myself. So the incompetence factor that could happen stifles me. And clearly, we do not have the best and brightest looking over this. That's number one. Secondly, with regards to the school construction, we're seeing these signs all over city property. I had extensive conversation, 3 conversations today, Secretary of State, Board of Elections. Signs are all illegal under state law and under city ordinance. They fall under election laws. They are not to be placed on city property, city streets, or state property. And they've been littered all over the city. By the way, when I spoke to the Department of Transportation, I was told it's considered litter. And if it's on city property or state property, any person can remove it at any time and dispose of it. The PAC that's been hired to put forth this information as a pro-school construction, I spoke to the Secretary of State's office. No one knows who they are. Board of Elections, they haven't filed any documents whatsoever. They're making all kinds of expenditures. No one knows who they are. We have an address, 2181 Post Road. I was there today, spoke to everyone in the office. No one knows who they are. It's right across from the airport next to Cello's. It's a CPA office. No one knows who they are. Go on the Secretary of State's website. Can't find anything. Not playing by the rules. So, again, I'm not against the schools, and I've said this before. The only thing that's changed since I came before you people 6 years ago and said the formula to build schools is number of students times 200 square feet per student times $350 a square foot, and I was laughed at. The only thing that's changed is it's not $350 a square foot, it's $700 a square foot. But what I'm upset about is how this took place. The city council voted on moving the stage 2 application, having never read one page of the document because it wasn't ready. The finance director made multiple mistakes saying that we only have to go out to bond for $200 million. That was a mistake. We've heard all kinds of information that is false. I discovered a $50 million error in the financial projections. Once that was corrected 4 months later, 3 months later, we find out that it's a $74 million error because of the interest. But what else is contained in the new projections that no one spoke about and no one on this council knew, that we have to pay $11.7 million as an underwriting fee. $11,679,000 as an underwriting fee. None of you knew it. Wasn't in any of the documents. It's deceptive. It was hidden from everybody. And we're going to eat that. I also looked at the cost projections of the school from November. From November, they did the cost projections, and then they did them again 3 months later in February, and the costs went up $52 million. The numbers are being moved around. And what I find really disturbing is, out of everybody that's involved in this, there's no one from the construction community. No one looks at this. The errors are of magnitude that I've never seen in construction. So, I mean, we have a problem. I'm not against building schools. but we're going to build 2 schools at a time where we have deception. And by the way, I'll go back to February 7th, where Councilman Sinapi had stated that there'll be multiple meetings in the future in the wards to educate the people. Councilman McAllister, you said the same thing. We're going to have all these meetings to educate the people before the vote. No meetings, not one. Only meetings that were held were from Mr. Cushman and myself collecting the data.
Point of order, that is categorically untrue. There have
You're
been multiple
interrupting me.
meetings held by multiple individuals and entities. That is a point of order.
You're
I can
interrupting
interrupt
me.
for outright
You're
lies.
interrupting me.
You're required to follow the rules of our council. Remember that.
You're interrupting me. Are you done?
I'm allowed to interrupt you if you lie.
I didn't lie.
You did.
Go watch the
You did.
watch the February 7th.
Excuse me.
Watch the
councilman
He's
has
not
made a
supposed to
point.
speak.
Go ahead, Mr.
All right.
Cody.
I stopped the clock, by the way. I'll restart it.
Go ahead, Mr. Cody.
That was on February 7th. To date, no one has taken any action to educate the people before they vote on something that will affect generations. Nobody. And even as of up to this week, I've asked questions of certain council members, basic questions from the data that the school department has produced, and they don't have the answers. No one's read it. You guys are ready to indoctrinate the future generations of the city with generational debt. It needs to be stopped. We need to look at this. And by the way, everybody needs to know that this is illegal. And this needs to end. The
1 minute, Mr. Cody.
I heard. I got a thing going here. Everybody needs to remove these signs. It's not fair. It's not fair to the residents. It's not fair that false information is being put out. And it's not fair that this council didn't do their homework. And you took the default position, let's give it to the voters, but we'll educate them, but none of that was even done. It's very unfair.
Thank you. At this time, I request that we pause. Let's take a 5-minute recess and then go into back into committee. Councilman. Let's make it out after during the break. Thank you. Councilwoman Travis, we make that a motion for a 5-minute recess. Second by Councilman Lattiser. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Back. Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Ricks, and Councilman McElroy, please.
So the ordinance committee will reconvene at 9:15 PM. Next on our docket is PCO 1021, an ordinance amending chapters 40 and 42 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Warwick to authorize the impoundment and destruction of unregistered off-road recreational vehicles that are used unlawfully on public roads. I'm one of the many sponsors on this. The reason for the introduction of this was a request from the administration and from the police department to address an open need, mainly the ability to impound and destroy the off-road vehicles. And as many of you well know, this was an issue at least last year, especially around Oakland Beach, and actually statewide for a time as well. And it hasn't really gone away. It keeps popping up. So we had legislation passed at the General Assembly to allow us to do this, and now we can actually take our action by passing this ordinance. Are there any comments or questions from members of the committee? Councilman Ricks?
Thank you, and thank you for your work on this. It's an excellent proposed ordinance. I support it. I do have some amendments that, on speaking with the council solicitor, he thinks it better, simpler for those proposed amendments to be heard in front of the full council. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, members of the council? Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I also want to commend you for your efforts and work on this particular item. Of course, I'm a co-sponsor as well. This is extremely important, and this problem has not gone away. It continues to present itself in sections of my ward. I constantly get calls from several of my constituents complaining about, in one case, the same property. The police department has been inundated with calls about several of these vehicles. I've gotten complaints from my constituents with some of these vehicles, chasing them down the road on Warwick Neck Avenue, on West Shore Road. This is a big problem. Somebody's going to get killed, and then it's really going to raise its ugly head. I think this ordinance is very important, and certainly I am going to be supporting it completely. And I'll put it on the record without naming the specific resident, because they've been a habitual offender with this problem. And heads up to some folks that live off of Meadowview Avenue. Just keep your heads up, because that's where it's going on, and it's going on Warwick Neck Avenue and West Shore Road. Good job, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilwoman Travers?
Yes, I also want to thank you for all the work you put in this. This is something that's been ongoing. I've been screaming about it as long as you have. And I have like the same thing, Oakland Beach Avenue. There was 4 of them that go together. They go in between traffic. I had the police there. They're going to get killed. They go around a corner when a car's coming around the corner, and it's just they don't stop. They don't stop, and the police are not there when they're doing it. But, I mean, you can hear them coming from way down the road. But I'm glad we're finally putting something with teeth in it. So, thank you.
Did any of the members of the council have any questions or comments? Do any members of the public have any questions or comments? Seeing none, we can entertain a vote.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have, it's basically a companion bill, PCO 1221, an ordinance prohibiting the sale of gasoline products to unregistered off-road recreational vehicles and snowmobiles.
Mr. Chairman.
Solicitor.
Thank you. If the committee would consider a motion to amend the agenda to correct a typo. The item is properly before us under the Open Meetings Act and giving adequate notice of what the ordinance proposes to do, an ordinance prohibiting the sale of gasoline products to unregistered off-road recreational vehicles and snowmobiles. However, it was misidentified with PCO 12-21. It would be appropriate at this time if the committee would amend the agenda. The item itself is proper, but amend the agenda to make it PCO 11-21.
All right, so I move to amend the agenda as provided by the solicitor.
Second.
Point of order. Would this be to amend both the committee agenda and the full council agenda?
We would have to repeat this exercise when the full council reconvenes. This is just correcting a typo on the council's agenda at this time.
Thank you. I think it was there was the motion and the second to do so.
Yeah, motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do we need to do public input and council input on that?
You're welcome to solicit it.
Do any members of the council have any questions or comments regarding the proposed agenda modification? Do any members of the public have any questions or comments regarding the proposed agenda modification? All right, so back to where we were. This is basically a companion bill that was requested by the administration to go along with the ATV bill. And as you can tell, this one's very straightforward, just one sentence. And it helps kind of nip the other path in the bud. Do any questions or comments? Do any other members of the committee have any questions or comments? Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. I would have preferred to discuss this at more length before the meeting, but as we all know, because we're both on the committee, we're not allowed to talk about what we speak about in committee outside of the committee. So I would propose, and this is not an amendment at this time, on advice of the council solicitor, I would move for an amendment on the floor with the full council as a matter of discussion and efficiency. But I would basically propose changing the standard from a knowing violation to it being a violation if the seller knows or should have known. And then in a subsection B, I would also propose to create a presumption that the seller, the person at the gas station, should know if a vehicle is not registered, if the vehicle does not have a license plate, or if the sticker on the license plate is out of date. That would basically give it more teeth. That is not an amendment at this time, and with or without the amendment, I would support this ordinance, but if possible, I'd prefer the ordinance to have those additional teeth.
All right, yeah, we can definitely discuss that before the full council, because I'm interested to know what we're allowed to do in light of the General Assembly's passage of legislation, because I know we're boxed in by the boundaries that they have provided. Do any other members of the council have any comments or questions? Councilman Gebhardt.
I would just say, so first I'll acknowledge there's certainly an issue with these off-road vehicles in many parts of the city and other parts of the state. I want to acknowledge that first. In terms of this particular piece, I'm just a little bit cautious about making business owners of gas stations become part of the enforcement and potentially becoming culpable based on maybe what might not be an owner present, but a counter staff or an employee or something. I would like to hear from folks who are in this business, what kind of, how reasonable it is, how much oversight they have before someone starts pumping gas. I don't want us to be forcing gas station attendants to be deputized, to be out, shutting pumps off or getting into altercations with folks who are in this scenario. So I think the spirit of this is good. But my concern is, are we putting an undue burden on someone who owns a gas station to become part of the enforcement? So that would be my my concern on this one. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would concur with Councilman Gebhardt's comments, because there are laws in place now that forbid putting gasoline in certain containers. Can't put them in glass containers, et cetera, et cetera. I think what you have done here, where it states known to the seller to be unregistered, it puts some teeth in there without making them, the gas station cop. And this isn't like way back in, the Civil War days when I was a kid and the gas station had 2 pumps and, you had the attendants fill your gas and wash your windshield, check your oil. Today, you have these gas stations that they could have as many as a dozen different pumps, and a lot of them are going on at the same time. I would be very reluctant to put that legal burden and ramifications thereof onto them, particularly in many cases where these are just innocent employees. They're there working the counter, or they're there doing, whatever they happen to be doing. But also, I don't remember the last time I ever went into any gas station and paid in cash. I use a credit card. I just pump the credit card into the machine, plus press in, what I'm going to do, pump my gas, and away I go. I think it'd be virtually impossible for any attendant to be able to monitor that. That's my thoughts on that. The one thing I think I'm understanding, but I just want to clarify for the record, because oftentimes some of these things that may be ambiguous are interpreted differently in a court of law. So this says, sell gasoline products to unregistered off-road vehicles. Is there a definition of what an off-road recreational vehicle is?
So yeah, that's in section 40-33 of the Warwick Code of Ordinances. It defines snowmobiles and recreational off-road vehicles.
So in that definition, could it be interpreted to apply to a smaller boat, as an example, a boat that's trailered, a boat that does not have an engine on it, and there may be a size qualification, but I believe it's a boat that does not have an engine on it is not required to be registered. A boat that has an engine on it, a gasoline engine, it is required to be registered. So I just want to be certain that off-road recreational vehicle, which a boat obviously is not, it's not a road vehicle, but could that be construed, that boat, a 10-foot, 12-foot, 14, 16, whatever boat, is trailered, could that be interpreted or construed as an off-road vehicle? Because I ask that because you identify snowmobiles, but yet we don't exclude trailered boats or ski-doos or things of that nature. I just don't want them getting thrown into the mix. I think the intent of this is to keep these crazy, unregistered, ridiculous bikes that are going to get somebody killed off the road. I think that's the intent, and that certainly is the reason why I am really happy to co-sponsor this. I just want to make sure we're not putting someone else in the mix.
Based on the language in the ordinance, it refers to vehicles designed to travel over unimproved terrain, and then it lists out examples: mini bikes, dirt bikes, all-terrain vehicles, and any other 3 or 4-wheel vehicle. And then it actually lists a few exclusions too, all of them being vehicles around land. I mean, my understanding of unimproved terrain doesn't include water, but that doesn't mean I'm right. Solicitor Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your analysis is correct. The section of law that we have in our ordinance is section 4033, which is also based on the state laws. And our ordinances codify what recreational off-road vehicle means. And the chairman was discussing it means a motorized or electronic vehicle designed to travel over unimproved terrain, including but not limited to mini bikes, dirt bikes, all-terrain vehicles, and any other 3 or 4-wheel vehicle, regardless of type or design. This shall not be construed to include golf mobiles or golf carts, riding lawn mowers, electric bicycles, or garden tractors, which are not registered as farm vehicles. So it does not get into boats, to answer your question.
I asked that on the record because I have received some questions about that. So it appears as though that's been qualified as an exclusion based upon the ordinance.
I'm not sure if it's an exclusion so much as it simply isn't included.
It's not.
Right? Right.
So in the absence thereof, could it ever be included? No.
Unless I'm wrong on the definition of unimproved terrain. I don't.
Based on the plain interpretation of terrain, it would. I suppose there's a theoretical if there were a boat that could also drive.
There is.
That would be a different question, but it doesn't seem to be included about.
There are boats that can drive. They can drive on land and they can drive in the water.
And if they're not registered as such, they would then be then be covered. But if they were registered to do whatever their intended use is, they would not be captured.
Okay. That, I think, addresses my concern. Thank you.
Councilman Gebhardt.
Can you, Solicitor, can you just clarify from that definition, golf carts are included in this definition or excluded by this definition?
Excluded.
Yeah, they're explicitly excluded in the ordinance.
As it is under state law too.
Huh.
Interesting.
Doesn't mean they might not be covered elsewhere, though. Just bear in mind before you go on any joyrides.
And many golf carts have moved on beyond gasoline filling to this date. Most are electric powered at this point with home charging stations.
Sorry, one more question, but are still prohibited by motor vehicle law from driving on streets unless registered in a certain way or something?
we are dealing with, so the item before us, I think this is kind of bleeding back towards the other item. The item before us is about gasoline filling stations, and if you are not a registered vehicle, you'll be captured by, or if you're allowing the filling of ATV or snowmobile under this ordinance, that the General Assembly provided authorization for us to implement, that would apply to those filling stations for those unregistered vehicles that are traveling on our roads and filling in our places.
To your point, Councilman Lattiser, when I scrolled down, I realized past the definition section, the proposed changes was actually adding a clarification to make it clear that snowmobile or recreational off-road, the use of them, it's being banned upon any roadway. Before it just said within the city limits. Now it'll say upon the roadway. Councilman Gebhardt?
Is there a penalty associated with violating it on the gas station side?
So my understanding is that the catch-all penalty would take effect.
Yes,
For
that's
our
correct.
ordinances.
For all violations of ordinances, there's a general penalty provision where a penalty is not explicitly provided. That is a fine not to exceed $500 and/or imprisonment of up to not to exceed 30 days, consistent with municipal misdemeanor statutes.
Got it. And then repeat violations could escalate from there, or they would always be limited to that stipulation?
The general penalties would treat separate incidents as separate violations. So fines could continue to accrue on a per incident basis.
Thank you.
Do any other members of the council have any questions or comments? Councilman Ricks?
To speak to some of the points raised by Councilman Gebhardt and Lattiser, I hear your concerns. At the same time, I think that there are already industry standards in place and industry practices in place that make this all very practical. To give a couple of analogies here, if you go to a car dealership and take a test drive, that dealership is going to require for you to hand over your driver's license for them to make a copy. That's not just for them to make sure that they have an ID in case somebody runs off with a vehicle, but also because of the principle under the law of negligent entrustment. So if someone does not have an active driver's license, they can't just get a vehicle from someone who has a vehicle, go off and drive it, and then if they were to go and get into an accident or the like, then that dealership could be liable for negligently entrusting that person to have a vehicle if they didn't bother to go and check if the person even had a driver's license. Similarly, with bars, pubs, other establishments that serve alcohol, if a bartender keeps serving someone who's obviously inebriated, then that bartender, that establishment is going to be liable. Now, something like this with a gas station, we're not exactly talking tips training that a bartender would be required to receive. This is more something that gas station attendants, I believe, are already very well familiar with. When we put our credit card into the over by the pump of a gas station, the gas attendant back by the cash register is not just making sure that the transaction is going through and automatically approving every single transaction, or at least they really shouldn't be. What that gas station attendant already has a duty to do is take a look, make sure there's nothing unusual, make sure that that everything looks like it's appropriate. And maybe it's because I was late to finally give in and get credit cards, but I remember when I was still paying cash regularly going into the station and seeing the cashier, I would see the cashier doing exactly that, where for those dozen pumps, every time before a transaction was approved, they would get up a little bit, take a peek, look through that window, make sure that everything looked normal. And if something didn't look normal, I can only imagine that they would not approve the transaction. So maybe some fun homework. Instead of sometime when we go to a gas station, if we have doubts of whether the gas station attendant is paying attention, park in one of the spaces, walk up to a pump, insert the credit card, and have in your hand a couple of empty 1-gallon milk containers. See if the gas station attendant catches. They really should. But that half joke aside, my thought on the process is that if that gas station attendant sees an off-road vehicle there, then similar to the guy walking up with some empty 1-gallon milk jugs, maybe that should be that item that gas station attendant is told, that's a red flag right there. Don't go ahead and without a second thought, just hit approve. That's one of those items where you're going to have to take a closer look before you hit that approve button, because this is something that Warwick City Council, City of Warwick, might be enforcing, because these off-road vehicles are a danger, they're a problem on the streets, and so the logic is that there's a similar negligent entrustment. Not, I don't mean to say that this is already the law or this falls into this exact same concept, but there's an analogy there that the gas station attendant shouldn't be and should know better than to let the guy with some empty milk jugs start pumping gas into those. And similarly, the gas station attendant, if we were to act on this legislation, should be getting informed that an off-road vehicle, give it a second glance before you hit approve. Thank you.
For what it's worth, other communities have enacted a ban on selling gasoline in this exact circumstance. So it's not an unheard of practice. It is done elsewhere. I can't speak to if other communities have brought it up and turned it down, but I've found at least some that have brought it up, passed it, and life moved on, just for what it's worth. Do any other members of the council have any comments or questions? Any members of the public have any comments or questions? Seeing none, we can entertain a motion.
Move favorable action as amended.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So unless I miss something, ordinance will end at 9:42 p.m.
Thank you very much. We are now back into the full council meeting. For members of the public, if you're looking on the agenda, we have done roll call, we've done salute to the flags, we've done general communications, we've done executive communications, we've done the acceptance of the minutes, and we have done public comment rule 41. So now we're moving to the consent calendar. Number 1, PCR 118-22, resolution relative to bids, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2023-164, shoreline adaptive inventory and design project, Strand Avenue and Sea View project. Bid 2023-219, purchase for Explorer Police Interceptor. Bid 2023-087, remove and replace or repair roofs at DPW complex. Bid 2023-223, purchase trackless MT7. Bid 2023-168 Alpha, purchase various new tires. Bid 2023-180 Alpha, police personnel uniforms. Bid 2023-180 Bravo, police personnel uniforms. Bid 2023-168 Bravo, purchase various new tires. Bid 2023-185 emergency lighting equipment. Bid 2023-190 police automotive graphics replacement. Bid 2023-171 testing and repair of self-contained breathing apparatus. Bid 2022-254 firefighting vessel maintenance service. Bid 2023-179 photography equipment. Bid 2023-225 purchase of 2001 E1 1500 GPM pumper. Bid 2023-154 work boots. Bid 2021-277 portable toilet rentals. Bid 2023-181 landscape architectural services playground related site improvements at Bishop Park. Bid 2018-251 consulting services Buckeye Brook permitting remedial action. Bid 2023-209 construction administrative for said project Strand Avenue and Sea View Drive. Bid 2023-155 liquid chlorine for McDermott Pool. Bid 2022-162 motor oil, hydraulic, transmission fluid, chassis, grease, and gear lube. Bid 2023-222 precast items for manhole and catch basins. Bid 2023-221 repairs to H115. Bid 2023-159 rodent control materials. Bid 2023-156 Quick Pro dry or equal. That concludes the consent calendar, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Are there any questions on the consent calendar that were not asked earlier this evening in Finance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on the consent calendar. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. Councilman Howe, I believe 4 items have been removed from the consent calendar. Councilman Howe.
Yes, Mr. President. PCR 119-22 amended was move favorable action.
With an amendment?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so let's move it, say what the amendment number is. We'll get a second and then we'll move on.
Certainly. Bid 2023-220 body worn camera software and associated equipment is now PCR 119-22 for the amended as amended.
And the amendment would be?
The amendment was to reduce the original ask from $953,750 to $910,000, a difference and a reduction of $43,750, Mr. President.
Okay, I'll take that as a motion. Do we have second? Second by Councilman Foley, then Councilwoman Travis and Councilman Lattiser. Are there any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Snappy? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to amend.
Thank you. The amendment passes. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Formerly bid.
Do you want to move that favorable as amended?
I apologize. Move PCR 120-22 favorable action. Oh, as amended. I apologize. Correction. Move PCR 119-22 as amended.
Thank you. Second by Councilman Foley, Councilwoman Travis, and Councilman Lattiser. Any questions? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action as amended.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks? Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes as amended.
Thank you. Next up, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. For favorable action on former bid 2023-224, post-collision vehicle inspection training is now PCR 120-22 for a modified amount of $2,545.16, a reduction of $150.
Thank you. We'll take that as a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Lattiser. Any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yep.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to amend.
Thank you. The amendment passes. Councilman Howe.
Move PCR 120-22 as amended.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilwoman Travis, and Councilman Lattiser. Any questions? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll as favorable action as amended.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes as amended.
Thank you. The motion passes. Councilman Howe.
PCR 121-22, formerly bid 2021-226, turnkey operation for printing, mailing of water, sewer, tax, and billing. Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments on what is now PCR 121-22? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. As I said in committee, I will be voting no on this. I think that it is it's just wrong to continue approving these type of items when we don't have the proper documentation, the proper discounts, the backups. In this case, we find out tonight that there in fact was a math error that took place that is resulting in what we're voting on now, but yet we don't have any information to document that or to analyze it. So for those reasons, I will be voting no.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser. Any other questions or comments on this PCR? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes to no, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Number 4 this evening, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Formerly bid 2020, favorable action on former bid 2023-231 roofing materials for 190 Range Road is now PCR 122-22.
Okay, for action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments on PCR 122-22?
I'll be recusing, Mr. President.
Councilman Lattiser is going to recuse on this. Hearing no other questions, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Recuse.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 8 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. The motion passes. We are now moving on the agenda. We have already done referred business PCO 20-22. So now we're moving to unfinished business. First up is PCO 6-22. This is for second passage, committee report, ordinance. For action, Councilman Sinapi. Second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Howe, and Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments on PCR 6-22? Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion that we table this item until the General Assembly acts on the items that they're discussing.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and it's been seconded. All right, any comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to hold this item.
Mr. McAllister?
No.
Mr. Foley? No. Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
No.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
No.
2 yes, 7 no, motion fails.
Thank you, the motion fails. Are there any other comments or questions on PCO 6-22? Okay, so we're back to the original motion, which was second, which was favorable action. Okay, hearing no more questions, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on PCO 6-22 for second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
Thank you, second passage passes. Next up is PCR 27-22, which is now 2022-333, Committee Report Finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments on PCR 27-22, which is now 2022-333? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next up is a PCR 77-22, which is now 2022-435, Committee Report Finance.
Request to withdraw from sponsor.
For action.
For action, favorable action on withdraw.
Second by Councilman Foley and Councilwoman Travis. Any questions on the withdrawal on the request of the administration? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action to withdraw this.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to withdraw.
Thank you. The motion is withdrawn. We are now moving to the new business, PCO 10-21, Committee Report Ordinance.
We don't need to amend the title, right?
Not this one.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments on PCO 10-21 that were not asked earlier this evening in the Ordinance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, first passage.
Thank you. First passage. Next is PCO, right now 12-21, Committee Report Ordinance. Okay, for action, Councilman Sinapi. Okay, second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser, and Councilman Howe. Okay, Councilman Sinapi. Okay, and that is a motion. It's second by Councilwoman Travis and Councilman Lattiser.
Just to be clear, it's an amendment to the agenda to update the typo.
Okay, so this is an amendment to the agenda only. All right, any questions on that? Why don't we take that amendment? Yeah, yes. So the clerk will call the roll on just this amendment to the agenda for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to correct the title on the agenda.
Okay, the agenda is now been amended, so now we're going to go to PCO 11-21, Committee Report Ordinance. It's seconded by Councilwoman Travis and Councilman Lattiser, or Councilman.
If I may make a motion?
Yep, hold on one second. Did we get it?
Yes.
Okay, so it's been moved in second. Councilman Ricks.
I'd like to offer an amendment. Let's see, I believe that the council solicitor has the language, but I know that I had some scribbles for the subsection B. If the council solicitor would prefer that I read the subsection B.
Okay, the amendment requested here by Councilman Ricks would be to add a subsection B to the item that reads, quote, "It shall be presumed that a gasoline filling station shall have knowledge of whether an off-road recreation vehicle or snowmobile lacking a license plate or current registration sticker is present on the premises of such gasoline filling station." Is there a second?
Yeah, that was mostly there. I'll just read it one more time just to make sure. Subsection B being, "It shall be presumed that a gasoline filling station shall have knowledge of whether an off-road recreational vehicle or snowmobile is unregistered or should reasonably know that such vehicle is unregistered. In the event that such an off-road vehicle or snowmobile lacking a license plate or current registration sticker is present on the premises of such gasoline filling station." That would be the amendment to subsection B. And then just a very minor housekeeping amendment to subsection A, where on page 1, line 30, instead of it reading unregistered, or excuse me, instead of it reading off-road recreational vehicles and snowmobiles, it would be unregistered, off-road recreational vehicle with the S in parentheses, the word or instead of the word and then finally snowmobiles with the S in parentheses to make clear that we're referring to either one. A person doesn't have to pull up with both necessarily to get cited. The purpose of...
Let's just wait before you explain the amendment. So those are the amendments that the councilman has made. Do we have a second to the amendments? Do we have a second to his amendments?
I do a point of clarification.
Councilman Sinapi.
So I just don't know what's allowed due to the fact that we're relying on the General Assembly's language. So I'm hesitant to weigh in on anything without knowing because if we can't do it, we can't do it. It doesn't matter if we want to.
The enabling legislation did not get into the weeds of an intent element here. So it is a murky territory as to what standard we would be applying.
So in that case, if the councilman would restrict his amendments to the clarification parts, like the housekeeping, then I would gladly second. But regarding the intent aspect, I can't, knowing that we set ourselves up for failure if we do so.
Okay, I'm still looking for, if we have a second, then we can discuss the amendment, correct? Solicitor Welsh? Okay, so just for procedural now, if we need a second, if not, then we'd have to submit another thing. So do we have a second to Councilman Ricks?
Yeah, I'll second for discussion.
Okay, with second now. We should go back to the sponsor then, so he can explain his amendment.
Thank you. I already discussed it some in committee. The principle here is to make sure that this has teeth to, if we don't have that additional language, then I'm concerned that how does a police officer, how does anyone enforcing this actually ever enforce it unless they can show that, oh yes, this particular gas station attendant was literally conspiring with that particular individual buying the gas. Anything short of that, it's going to be very difficult. And that would be something that's incredibly difficult to actually show. So, yes, this would put a bit of an onus on the gas station attendants, but like we discussed before, this is something that should just be part of the gas station attendant's job, where similar to someone walking up to the gas station pumps with some empty milk jugs, that should be a red flag. Someone, if after the passage of this ordinance, pulls up in a vehicle that's clearly an off-road vehicle, it doesn't have a license plate, that should similarly be a big red flag. On the council solicitor's point that Councilman Snappy brought up, if the enabling legislation does not have that mens rea built into it, then could that be interpreted as giving authority to the city to set the proper mens rea? And I suppose a related question, here in the original, we set the mens rea as a knowing standard. If the General Assembly was to consider to be binding on us with the highest possible standard, given that they didn't specifically mention a standard, wouldn't that be the intent standard rather than the knowing standard?
Thank you, Councilman. To your point, the enabling legislation from the General Assembly does not prescribe a mens rea or mental intent requirement in the language. It provides, as part of this bill, language. Further, the City Council of the City of Warwick is authorized and empowered to enact ordinances prohibiting gasoline filling stations from selling gasoline and gasoline products to unregistered off-road recreational vehicles and snowmobiles. So the discretion is present in that sense that the council has the ability to establish it. However, it's in the context of addressing the problem at large. So to some extent, we have to read it with the other item as well, because the two are related, but on the logistic aspect that you raised, there is a discretion from the enabling legislation.
Thank you. I think that answers our question that the City Council does seem to have the Enabling Act and authority to give this a bit more teeth so that we can actually get it enforced.
Any other questions or comments? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Councilman Sinapi on the grammatical amendment to this. I cannot support the other amendment for the same reason that I voted no on the shopping cart ordinance. I think it puts an unfair burden onto businesses. In this case, it's going to be almost impossible for the owner of one of these gas stations to monitor and demand and insist that employees, be out there at all those pumps. So that is, my objection to that. I also feel the same as Councilman Sinapi about allowing the General Assembly to make a decision with this, which is exactly what I suggested we do with the flock cameras. So for those reasons, I would support the grammatical change if you want to break up these two amendments, I guess. But I would not be able to support putting that additional onus or another additional onus, I should say, on businesses where it's just going to be almost impossible for them to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sinapi.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Solicitor Walsh, your opinion is the same as far as the mens rea aspect, the intent?
looking at the plain language of the statute that was passed, it provides that the council has the discretion to establish an ordinance prohibiting such practice. So implicit in that is deciding the standard with which we will either choose to or not choose to apply different mental intent requirements.
So do you recommend we add in the intent part, or rather, would adding in the intent be against your recommendation?
Well, in this sense, you're bleeding into policy over the legal. The legal is the council has the discretion. I would just note that when you go into mental intent requirements, it does make that standard an aspect of prosecuting an offense. And therefore, in order to enforce it in any way, shape, or form, you will be held to applying whichever standard is present. And while I'm not a prosecutor, this is often something that adding mental intent standards creates a standard, an item that needs to be addressed in order for there to be enforcement whatsoever. So it adds a step to achieving any objective under this ordinance.
All right, yeah, so I'm of the same mind then when it comes to being uncomfortable with the concept of the amendment, because someone will challenge this. It's inevitable, especially given the widespread issue statewide. So we want to make sure it holds up as thoroughly as possible.
Thank you. Any other comments on the amendment? Councilman Ricks.
There is already a mental state requirement in the ordinance as drafted, the standard of knowing. And that standard is going to be a lot harder for the police to prove that a violator knowingly did so, as opposed to, I mean, really what's the most common standard in civil wrongs is the negligence standard, that they knew or that they should have known. So that's what that subsection B proposed amendment would seek. However, I'm not really hearing support for the subsection B amendment. I am hearing some support for the subsection A amendment. So what would be the simplest procedure here? I can withdraw the amendment as proposed and move the subsection A amendment only.
Is there any objection to withdrawing that amendment? All those in favor of withdrawing it? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Councilman Ricks, you have an amendment?
I'll move that previously mentioned subsection A amendment, the housekeeping one.
Solicitor Walsh, can we just have you read that one more time?
So Councilman Ricks, this is on line 30 where you wish to strike, or is this the and to or change only? Councilman?
Exactly. Changing
Okay.
the word and to the word or, and putting the plural s's in parentheses.
Okay, so the amendment, if the councilman would indulge, would be applicable both to, in some ways, to line 27, the title of this section of the ordinance, as well as the substance below it, but it would be the same changes of putting in line 27 and line 30, we would be putting the S in vehicles in parentheses, as well as snowmobiles. The S would be snowmobile with parenthesis S, and then changing and to or between those two provisions.
Correct.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
The amendment passes. Councilman Sinapi. Move favorable as amended? I'll take that as motion favorable as amended, seconded by Councilwoman Travis. Any questions on PCO 11-21 as amended? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. In hearing what Councilman Ricks just brought up and regurgitating in my mind the comments I made about holding the gas station owners responsible, et cetera, et cetera, that line presented in the light that Councilman Ricks just said, recreational vehicles and snowmobiles known to the seller to be unregistered. Does that leave a wide open area for a vendor to just arbitrarily say, I didn't know. I had no idea. I had no clue. How is one going to prove that's not true? I like the ordinance a lot, but now, looking from that perspective, is this just going to be, an empty pocket? Is it going to just be an ordinance that's a feel-good ordinance that, well, we passed it, we tried, and it absolutely has no enforcement powers because whoever that entity is can just sit back and say, listen, I didn't know. Prove I know. Show me on them flock cameras that you saw me watching that car, pumping that gas. Let me look at that flock camera and see. I'm sure they'll be out there somewhere, so maybe that would be a good way to prove it. But in all seriousness, how would law enforcement enforce this law when it says known to the seller to be unregistered? I think, and with that verbiage in there, it just automatically gives that seller the simple answer that I didn't know. You prove I know. That's the problem I have with it. And I'd just like to hear what other comments are. I know it's getting late, but nonetheless, I think that's an important issue. Do you want to just pass an ordinance to pass it so it feels good, but then there's absolutely no enforcement there unless someone can absolutely prove that you knew, you observed, you saw, you partaked, whatever. And that saying the way it is, I don't ever see any court telling the vendor, you're a liar, you had to see. As I said, short of the flock cameras watching you look at it. That's my problem with it.
Any other questions or comments on this? Councilman Ricks.
Yeah, I think we could certainly have a vote on what I had proposed for the subsection B if that might be a good way to move forward. The benefit of having that subsection B as well is that it puts in a presumption that under those circumstances, it's a violation. So it has that burden of proof flipped so that if under those specific circumstances of, okay, the police actually caught this guy with the unregistered vehicle without a license plate, then it's a violation, as opposed to getting back into that whole mental state of, like you were talking about, okay, well, prove that I really knew this. So if the council would entertain a vote, I would certainly second an amendment if you wanted to move it. Or I could move the amendment.
Are there any other questions or comments? No.
Mr.
Councilman
President.
Lattiser.
So if the appetite of this council is to vote in favor of this, in its terms, I will go along with it because I think it's better than nothing. I think if there's an opportunity to stop some of this craziness that's going on, it's better than not doing anything. I do absolutely have concerns about it being enforced, but if it's the appetite of the council to support it, I will go along.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, it's been moved and second. The clerk will call the roll for favorable action as amended.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 8 yes, 1 no. Amendment passes.
Thank you. We're now moving to unanimous consent. Ward 1, anything to docket on unanimous consent? Ward 2.
I realize I made an error earlier. If I may move to reconsider PCO 10-21 for a housekeeping amendment.
Do we have a second to that? Second. Quickly, Councilman Ricks. I mean, we've been working on this for how long now?
Reader's Digest version.
Yes.
I would allow the council solicitor to read in the language that would be struck, and then a comma would be placed by a period. There is no language being added. Or
Give me
actually-
a moment, Councilman, because we've moved on, so I got to.
Oh, sure. I actually do have it in front of me here. So this would be at page 2, lines 30 through 31. It would strike the phrase, "as a result of the illegal activity and operation of these vehicles." And that was immediately preceded by a comma. You change that comma to a period, you strike that language, and the goal of that is to just take out some confusing language that could complicate enforcement.
So that's the amendment, and it's been seconded by Councilman Lattiser.
Just for clarification purposes, Councilman Ricks, the last version that we had discussed was to simply delete the language at the end of line 30 and 31. Or are you going to the original language?
That was the version last discussed without adding any new language. I think that your last suggestion made a lot of sense.
Okay, so first is on the action to whether or not we should bring the item back before us. We have a motion, a second. So the discussion is whether or not we should bring it back before us for amendments.
Okay, so we're going to call a vote to see if we're going to bring this back for amendments.
We're on the motion to reconsider.
On the motion to reconsider.
1021.
PCO 10-21. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
No.
Mr. Foley? No. Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
No.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? No. 2 yes, 7 no. Reconsideration fails.
Motion fails. So we were back to unanimous consent. Ward 2, anything under unanimous consent? Ward 3.
Pass.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6. Ward 7 passes. Ward 8. Ward 9. Councilwoman Travis.
I thought you were going to do yours.
A motion to reconsider.
No. If there be no further business of the silent body, I move to docket session.
All those in favor to move in docket session, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Ward 1, anything to docket this evening?
Ordinance in regards to no parking on the westerly side of Butler Court.
Ordinance Committee. Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4. Ward 5.
Yes, Mr. President, I have an ordinance. The tentative title is an ordinance in regards to amending PCO 19-18 Sub A to establish an appeals process and address stop work orders.
Ordinance Committee.
Thank you.
Ward 6. Ward 7, I have one. It is a resolution authorizing the City of Warwick to issue not to exceed $26,960,000 general obligation bonds, notices, and other evidences of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, furnishing, and equipping of schools and school facilities throughout the city, and all attended expenses included but not limited to engineering and architectural costs, subject to the approval of state housing aid at the reimbursement rate of the state share ratio of not less than 35% at the time of issuance. Finance Committee. Ward 8.
Three quick ones. A resolution, you don't have to write it down, Lynn. I got them for you after, don't worry. A resolution requesting the state DOT upgrade and/or alter the traffic light at the intersection of Sharon Street and Main Avenue.
Intergovernmental.
A resolution requesting the state DOT perform a traffic study at the intersection of Hardig Road and Centerville Road.
Intergovernmental.
And a resolution to the General Assembly requesting the approval for the Center for Mediation and Collaboration, Rhode Island, as a nonprofit tax-exempt entity.
Intergovernmental. Ward 9.
I've got two. The first is a resolution in regards to installing updated signage and identifying and establishing parking spaces near Coastal Resource Management Council rights of ways.
Public Safety.
The second one is a resolution in regards to the installation of a handicap parking sign at 17 Tomahawk Court.
Public Safety. And there is no more business before the council. Have a good evening.